sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivors don't sit prey in the night. And the virgin of love is the face to face, out in the heat, hanging tough, saying hungry. They stack the odds till we get to the street, for kill with the skill to survive. Eye of the tiger.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. No, I haven't done very many lives this month. In fact, this is the second live this month. First one, right? Yeah. First one, I think, was, I don't know, about 2 weeks ago. Anyways, so so it's been a minute for sure. Melissa, she's been very unwell, and so of course, definitely didn't want to bug her for doing lives for sure. And I just do lives as I feel like it, to be honest with you. And this month I haven't really feel like Sebastian Rogers' case. Is there any big epiphanies going on there? No. But Melissa, so for anyone that doesn't know, and let's actually first, hey you guys, missed you guys too, regardless, but working and stuff like that, and just I was doing some other stuff, to be honest with you, and that, and even today I don't feel the best, but whatever. Melissa feels a lot worse than I do. So Melissa, I know me and Charmaine were on a live, and you vaguely let people know what's going on with you a little bit on there. So talk about yourself for a second, and then let's talk about Kei'Mani as well, and tomorrow.
So last year, Okay, so 2 years ago, let me go back a little bit here. They noticed that the tumor in my brain had went from 1 to 7. And so then last year, they noticed I had 2 tumors in my liver. And then about 6 months ago, they found 5 in my lungs. And one of the tumors had encased my pulmonary artery, which is basically the main artery to your lungs, and it was encasing it and closing it off. I went back for my 6-month recheck, and it has now moved to my lymph nodes. So I'm having a lot of trouble breathing. The best way I know to describe this is a Charlie horse in my chest, and that's happening quite a bit. The other night, my oxygen saturation was in the 70s. And for anybody that doesn't know medical, that's the range of you're passing out and you're not waking up. 94 is, where they start putting you kind of on oxygen. In the 80s is worrisome. When you start getting in the 70s is severe. So I go Tuesday. I will be gone overnight for an oxygen study, and then we will figure out from there what to do. My blood work is all off. It's showing that my cancer is back for the 4th time. So they're worried with it spreading that that's what's going on. I don't know yet if I'm going to agree to a biopsy because, quite frankly, I don't want to hear those words again, that it's back. And I've made the decision not to receive treatment for cancer if it is back anyway. So what is the point of knowing? So we're just going to see where it goes. Last week, I signed do not resuscitate, do not intubate, and medical power of attorney to a friend of mine so that it is out of my son's hands because he's autistic. And I don't think he can mentally understand or prepare for this. And it has bugged me with Nick, so I won't put that on my dad. So, I'm preparing kind of for the end if that's what it is. And if it's not, then hopefully I'll live long. But either way, it's in God's hands, not mine or the doctor's. So
I see your shirt says remission. Yeah. Uh, so, um, I don't think. Oh, you know what? When she says Mel, I keep thinking of Mel from the other channel, Culture. I had to think there for a second. I'm like Mel, and I'm like, oh yeah, Melissa. So you guys, absolutely. So Melissa, thank you for sharing. I mean, I get you for sure. I totally do. Right? I get it. If it's ever my time to go to, it's my time to go, and I'm fine with that type of thing. Um, you know, I- there's nothing really, to say like besides like prayers and obviously, you know, um, it's just one of those things, right? It's like I couldn't even imagine what you have gone through, going through that way, and dealing with this. I just know you've been very sick. You told me why, and I understood the best I could. I understand lumps and cancer and stuff like that. My mom died of cancer in 2015. Most people die of cancer, typically, and stuff like that. But, you know, I know that regardless, you're a very strong lady, determined type of lady. And sometimes it's like you said, you toss it up into God's hands and what will be will be, but that doesn't stop us from giving her hearts. Absolutely. High support with Steph. Hi, Miss
And
Donna. God
I
bless.
had talked to you, Sonny. I had talked to you a couple months back when this all kind of really started, where I started going downhill. and
Mm.
I kind of filled you in. You know, you
Yeah,
knew I had pain and stuff like that, but you didn't know the extent of it. And
correct.
I don't know what made me open up to you that day and just word
E-
vomit.
Everybody
And
does.
I kind of told you all what was going on, and I've
Yeah,
just been struggling, and I'll keep
yeah,
struggling until it's my time.
yeah. You know, well, just from me personally to you, like I said, biggest hugs. I think you're an awesome, amazing person. You know, and yeah, like you said, you shared it with me, and obviously, I of course think about you all the time and stuff like that. But like I said, I've also wanted to, like I said, I'm not about to sit there and ask her to do a live when she's in the midst of this stuff because only if she's ready and whatever. And I think you said you did a live a couple nights ago, and it was on this case here, was it? Okay.
Yeah, I
So,
did a live and then I did a video on Kei'Mani as well. Yeah.
yeah, so um okay, so and Melissa's channel, you guys, she's American Justice, and she'll post her link here. I don't have it up with me right now, Melissa, to be honest with you. But so this case, Melissa had shared it with me, and I recall the face for some reason looking familiar. As soon as you sent me the link, I was like, where did I see this face recent? Like, I didn't actually realize it was a recent case because I haven't actually been paying too close attention to anything in the last few weeks, to be honest. I've been doing some painting, I've been going to the dentist, going to the denturist, going just doing different things on my days off. And after, because I've been getting up at like 4:30 and stuff like that and working 6 to 2 and stuff like that. Like I said, after that, I just really wanted to chill, relax, stay with my iPad in bed, watch different things, watch certain crime stuff. But, a little bit of Coburger stuff going on. But I really actually just wasn't, you know, doing too much of Sebastian, a little bit, because honestly, there's like this case hurts my head, Sebastian's case, but you sent me this one, and then you told me it was like, or I just realized it was recent. Like, this is a very recent case going on. And today, and I'll let you talk after this, but today is Kei'Mani's 14th, would have been her 14th birthday. So, prayers for this case. Now, I'll let you take it from here because this is Melissa's, in a, I'll say, project case that she's been, I guess, looking at, working on in the last, since it's come out. So, go ahead, Melissa. I'm about tomorrow as well.
So Kei'Mani went missing on the 18th and I came across it. And I thought, oh, she's 13. When I first seen it, I thought, she's 13. She'll be found in a day or two at a friend's house. And then I read um, the description and I thought, that's odd. Her undergarments were found in one part of the house, her clothing in another. The gas was turned on in the home, and she had called a certain person. I won't call him what he is to her because he has lost that title in my book. And I just it didn't I didn't think, even with following true crime, that a person could do what this man has done or has been accused of doing. Let me say that. Um, I thought surely I was seeing it wrong. I let it sit for a couple days. I thought, she'll turn up. Then I did a live on it. I believe I did the live either Friday or Saturday. And she'd went missing on Tuesday. And then I did a video the next day when some more information had come out. I believe that was Sunday. And shortly after that live, it came across that they had possibly found her body. and I was just absolutely heartbroken. The aunt lives in the same state I live in, and maybe that's why I was drawn to this. I'm not really sure why this case has drawn me in the way it has.
Yeah.
I can't put my finger on it. And, the family is receiving a lot of hate, which is uncalled for.
I agree.
It, 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 the only person who should be receiving hate is the man that was shot. And I give it up to Columbus police because they did not shoot to kill. They made sure he was alive and able to stand trial for what he did to what was his daughter.
His daughter. Yeah. Yeah. So,
And I don't know how far you want me to go into what was done to her.
no, we'll get into,
Um,
no, well, um, no, well, I mean, tomorrow, talk about tomorrow first, about, so we're going to be streaming it from this channel as well, but we'll be on Melissa's channel. And so tell them about tomorrow, about that, your exclusive view.
so I kind of was sitting there and I had watched everything. I'd watched all the hate coming towards the grandma because she'd had CPS reports, but all of them were unfounded. Um, and something about the aunt just stuck out to me, and I wanted to send her love. So I decided to message her, and I told her, my thoughts and prayers are with you. And I told her, I said, I'd like to do a live on who Kei'Mani was so that she can be remembered for who she was. And I told her, I said, I'm not a monetized channel. I'm a very small channel, but if you would be willing to go live with me on YouTube to talk about Kei'Mani, just let me know. And she said she would. So we have that set up for 8 o'clock my time, Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, to talk about who Kei'Mani was. And while she is on, I will not get into the graphic details of the case. There are a few things that I have to ask, but while she's on there I told her I'd keep her about an hour. I'm not going to get into the graphicness of it because that's just pouring salt in an open wound to me. So she's going to come live tomorrow and talk about Kei'Mani and put her in a more positive light than what happened to her.
And that live is going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is that correct that we're doing it? 5 o'clock
Yes.
me. And, yeah. And then we'll stream it to this channel as well. So, yeah. So when Melissa said that, obviously, that's awesome. That's very sweet of you to message her. I never did ask you, but I don't know if you had said it, but I just assumed that you had like reached out in some way and then she agreed obviously to come on. So that's really nice. I've listened to the case yesterday when Melissa sent it to me. For the most part, I can't tell you I know all the ins and outs about it. I know the gist of the entire story, or part like the gist of basically Kei'Mani, 13 years old, birthday today, her aunt and grandmother, speaking to the news. I couldn't help but, and some people might disagree with me on this, but I couldn't help it. But when the grandmother was speaking, it reminded me of when Michael Jackson was doing that interview with that slime bucket. And the minute Michael Jackson said that that the child, like sleeps in the same bed with him and stuff like that, I knew at that second that Michael Jackson, oh my God, you just wait. That family is going to sue him. Not because they didn't know what was going on. And like, just meaning, to me, this was all one of those things. Michael Jackson, I don't care what anyone says. Okay, you guys, I grew up watching that dude, and that guy was no pedophile. He loved children, but not in that sexual perverted way. And so when he said that, I knew that those fucking greedy pigs were going to jump on that as fast as they could. And he was told that it would go away when he paid that Jordan kid like 20 to 30 million dollars type of thing, that Michael Jackson said that like that would go away. His lawyer said that never happened. Instead, it turned into a big thing. So when the grandmother was speaking and she was making comments, about Kei'Mani and her whatever you want to call it, uh, restrictions, not restrictions, that's not the word I'm looking for, her punishment and stuff like that, and CPS. I knew instantly, it's like, lady, please don't say this stuff. Trust me, people run wild with that shit because I understand that type of grammaring. And for any people that grew up in that time, like I did or you did, you knew that you got a freaking belt on the ass or a swack on your freaking face sometimes if you spoke wrong. This was very normal shit that went on from like my grandma, like I said, my grandma, like I said, you didn't go back for a second time because you knew the first time that if you did it again, like what exactly would happen. And this grandma was speaking the truth. You could tell. And these, what will happen is nowadays people will jump on that shit as if she was abused, that she was, yeah, don't see that at all. I don't see that at all. You kidding? The grandma takes in this child. Okay, right? The mother obviously wasn't a big part of her upbringing in a sense of around her, but that's how I saw it myself. Was when this grandmother spoke. Oh my God, you're gonna let those freaking trolls just troll her, And even though that was the way she was speaking, was exactly how my grandma would have spoken as well. I just felt like that. No, this isn't a child that was being abused in her grandma's home per se, besides your typical teenage shit when they try to get away with stuff. And grandma's her age, they're old school. Okay. They're old school on how they deal with things. So that's how I saw that myself. Now you can disagree with me all you want. Don't really care. Obviously you have your own thoughts and opinions on that. End of the day, it's a tragic case. This dad took his daughter's life. Allegedly. Well, no, he did. Okay, let's get real. He did. He took 3 ass bullets, one to the arm, one to the chest and side, and then one to the leg, as far as when I was watching that one video on it. And what he did to his own daughter, disgusting. Disgusting beyond belief. And, he kept saying to the cops, like, kill me, kill me. No, dude. No, 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 no. No. They want you to live. You piece of shit. They want you to live and pay for your crimes, not take the freaking easy road out in a sense, when he was just like, kill me, whatever. But anyways, it's just another horrific, tragic story of a child that was here the other day, and then gone at the hands of a family member, allegedly, we'll say. But yeah. It's just heartbreaking when you look at this beautiful child, and there was so many balloons at that place that her body was recovered from on, I think it was Miami Street or something like that, I think she said. But it was like, just a ton of just love from that community. And it's just so sad. Just such a tragic story. So again, I don't know all the ins and outs. I know as much as I watched, and I watched about 5 different things yesterday. One was about 40 minutes, another was about an hour, and then the other ones were about 5 minutes. But let me quickly play this, Melissa, because I just seen it
But I
as we
will
were.
say, Sunny, we talk a lot about, when somebody's speaking, you can tell if somebody's being genuine.
Yeah,
And I felt that. The grandma was like, yep, I've had CPS called on me, and I smacked her on her butt when she needed it, or, whatever. Like, she was being fully and totally honest and transparent. And,
yeah,
I may have the unpopular opinion here, but I felt like the grandmother was being genuine. I do not think that the grandma knew or did anything to Kei'Mani. I do not think that the family, besides it, was involved. And people just need to, let it go. CPS did not take the child out of the home because there was no need to, because there was nothing wrong with her. It just upsets me so much when people say, oh, the grandma did this or the grandma did that. The grandma was looking for this child. The aunt was looking for this child. For God's sakes, the mom came looking for this child, and the mom hadn't even been in her life that much. For me, I do not hold anything against the grandma.
Can you answer
And
that
if
question?
that's an unpopular opinion, then fine.
Yeah. Can you answer that? Because I don't know what she's talking about, to be honest with you. Do you?
I've not heard about that support with Steffa. So if you want to shoot me a email or shoot it over to Facebook, whatever, I will drop my Facebook link if you want to shoot it over to me, because I do not know what you're talking about. I haven't heard that, and I think I've watched just about every news clip there is on this. So I don't know what Steffa is talking about. And yes, chastising was the word she used, but that is a very old school word. That's what, my mom would have said. I chastised her. The meaning of that word is you got on to somebody. So, and I know the aunt is receiving a lot of hate on Facebook and other places. And in fact, I had posted something earlier about it, and somebody come at me, and I was like, you know what? I'll support who I want, and you can kick rocks, because, I'll support who I want. And I feel like supporting this family in their time of need, in their time of grief, is what I should be doing.
Yeah. I mean, but I do want to ask something, because I was confused on this, and maybe you can answer it for me. I was confused on the facts that she was reported missing, but then by the same token, it's like they were talking like that the dad came and got her, and the news asked, like, do you regret? So I was confused on that. Can you explain that one to me? Because I was like, wait, she's missing, but the dad came and got her. So was it both combined?
So grandma came home, and Kei'Mani was not there. She said the house smelt of gas, and the gas was turned on, I guess. And that is when she turned it in. Then it was later, cell phone and video evidence, it was found that
Thank you, Mom.
Jones had taken her away from the home. She had called Jones and said it sounded like somebody was trying to break into the home, and that's his excuse for going over there. He then took her away from the home, and what ensued was horrific.
Okay, so this is what Steph is saying. And thanks, Mama Bear. That's my husband's Mama Bear, Simone Ormond. Ormrod. I always say it wrong. Super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Jace. Hi, Mama. So yeah, that right there. She made a fake ransom of $4,000 from her phone and said to meet me at McDonald's in Cherry Street. I know that place well. I found the response of the ransom came from her phone as well.
Again, I haven't heard that. So news to me. Either way, I don't feel, I just don't feel like the grandma knew. If that did happen, not to give her an out. I think, the police have investigated this, and I think if grandma was responsible, she would have been arrested.
Yeah.
She has not been.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe this was her way of hopefully getting an Amber Alert. Because to my knowledge, an Amber Alert was not done. It was just put out that she
Right.
was missing and the flyer was put out. I honestly don't know. I know what her supposed father did to her
Mhm.
is absolutely horrific and sick.
They
And
they said that it didn't meet the requirements for an Amber Alert. The police said when they were talking about it. I'm on that one. That obviously there's certain
so
requirements,
maybe
and it
if
didn't.
if it's true that the grandma did that, maybe she was hoping that they'd put an Amber Alert out. I honestly I don't know because I haven't heard that. That's the first I've heard of it. So
Yeah, I'd have to understand that part more myself before I could even really speak on that for that. But let me quickly. I think we're gonna get an ad first, but let me quickly play this. Hey, uh, I'm not sure how much you want to talk about this today or not. If it's just enough, like after this type of thing. If if there was a video you wanted to show or anything, but I think we're going to get an ad. So suck it. You're going to have to deal with it or not. Yep. There we go. There's an ad. Come on. Skip ad. I don't know what it
I
is.
want to,
Gemini and
give
Gmail.
these
Get
guys here a
details.
shout out because they paid for all the students' lunches
Your Google Drive
today
files
for
right
her
in.
birthday.
Just tag a file,
Oh,
and
that's
AI
so
can help
sweet.
find the answer.
I don't know why it's being so piece of crappy. Come on, get to the point. Let's see here.
By doing the searching for you.
I hate these type of ones where we have to listen to this. But let's
Continuing coverage now. Today would have been Kei'Mani Latigue's 14th birthday. The teenage girl whose body was found in an East Toledo dilapidated home on Monday didn't make it to her special day.
However, there are still people making sure to celebrate her life, and that includes the Toledo Buffalo Soldiers. Silver Barker was there as they visited the school today. Silver?
Yes, Kei'Mani was a student at Spring Elementary. It was her first year at the school. The Toledo Buffalo Soldiers showed up today for Kei'Mani and to spend time with her fellow classmates, bringing them all something special. More than 300 burgers are to be cooked on this grill today, right outside Spring Elementary.
Well, we decided as the Buffalo Soldier Group to come out today and provide all of the kids in the school, along with the staff, a little respite from all of this trouble. We're going to provide them with lunch.
And it's all free. On the menu, burgers from a local food trolley, chips, cookies, applesauce, and a cake for students to remember their classmate, Kei'Mani Latigue. The school describes her as a great student who had a wonderful personality. She went missing March 18th, and her body was later found on Monday of this week.
It has been rough for certain students. This has acted like a trigger for some of the trauma that they've had in the past.
Senior Director of Counseling Services for Toledo Public Schools, Jeff Griffith, says with support from teachers, staff, and communities such as Toledo Buffalo Soldiers, they're getting through it.
And we're just going to hang around with the kids for a while, just so that they know there's some adults in the community who are understanding what they're trying to go through and are here for them.
And while the students are taking this time to grieve, Griffith says they're also encouraging students to speak up if something's not right.
What we've been telling our students is if you know something, see something, say something. So that goes to the community too. Don't be afraid to reach out to the school, the police, whoever, if they think that there's something that should be reported.
Most of us never have to deal with this as children, and these kids are dealing with it today.
Now, unfortunately, our cameras weren't allowed inside the school to get video of the kids today. Griffith also stressed the importance of parents talking with their children about safety in and around the home and at school.
go quickly. So Melissa, now, okay, so I know that there was some children of the school that had spoken to the teachers because Kei'Mani and that had bruises. And so some children had reported to the teacher and they reported to CPS. And like I said, you said it was unfounded. But you also said that it was, what's his name? What's the dad's name again? It's eluding me all of a sudden.
Darnell Jones.
Okay, it was Darnell. I was just gonna say that, but I happened to be watching X Factor with a Dardanelle. So that's why it was crossing my mind. I was like, isn't it Darnell? So yeah, so Darnell, like his girlfriend was the one that basically outed him, correct?
So they knew that Jones had kidnapped Kei'Mani because he took her from her guardian's home without permission. That is kidnapping. So they knew that much. They were looking for him to arrest him when the girlfriend called in and basically gave them a ton of evidence and told them where he was.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So, you know what? We'll cover, like I said, tomorrow. But okay. So Melissa, right? Bad timing in a sense, of course, in a way, because Seth R. Rogers, of course, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, he's doing a live at 8:00.
Didn't know that when I set this up.
I know, I think that happened another time as well, right, Sharon, on there. But you know what? It is what it is, meaning I'll have to watch Seth stuff afterwards, and to do with Sebastian. End of the day, Sebastian. I always like it, of course, when Seth does his lives because it's coming from Seth, But at the end of the day, there's no sign of Sebastian still. This case is worrisome about whether we'll find an answer at some point for Sebastian Rogers, because it's not looking really good. So, to be honest with you, but we'll get into Sebastian Rogers in a little bit here. Okay, so but first and foremost, everyone, if you could just, of course, put some cake in there for Kei'Mani for her 14th birthday. That would have been today. That would be amazing if you guys could just splash some cake around in honor of Kei'Mani.
Or red heart.
Yeah,
red
or
was
red heart.
Kei'Mani's favorite color.
I was going to ask you what was her favorite color. Wasn't sure. But
Red.
I was yeah, and because the cake was made a certain way, I wasn't sure like if it was purple or what it was. But yeah, so okay, so red hearts and birthday cakes. Let's see, search birthday. Put some of those in there. On there.
And the first year, anybody who's lost anybody knows that first year is the roughest because it's your first. It's your first birthday, your first Christmas, your first holidays, your first death anniversary. That first year is the hardest. And it breaks my heart that the day that they found Kei'Mani's body, her grandma was still receiving things for her party in the mail. And she was going to have a basketball themed party. And that breaks my heart.
Absolutely.
And it's so soon. And it's really tough, having the first birthday. But having the first birthday so close to when her body is found has to be excruciating.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Katie Proudfoot feels the same way, though, when Sebastian Rogers' birthday came around for that first time. And then when she was talking about it recently. Yeah, he would have been
Okay, the non-guilty people.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. So again, regardless, you guys, the end, regardless of Seth having his live, the live will be tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Kei'Mani's auntie. And I'm sorry, what's her auntie's name? I remember they played it, but I hadn't looked back. What is it?
Sanika.
Okay. On there. So everybody best be polite.
And the aunt actually only lives about an hour and a half from me.
Oh, really? Oh. Because this is in Indiana? Was this in Indiana?
Toledo is in Ohio, which is right next door to us.
Okay. I was gonna
Kei'Mani's
say,
aunt actually lives in Indiana State Capitol in Indianapolis. So that's about
okay.
an hour and a half north of me.
Anyways, yeah, thanks you guys. And again, hi Mama Bear, hi Jason. Oh, there's Alexa. Haven't spoken to her in a while either. Don't feel abandoned, Alexa. Barely spoken to anyone in a while. sometimes sometimes you just need your own thing, and I had other things to do. And like I said, there was a few days there I hadn't even looked at my messenger at all. Why? Because anything to do with messenger is something to do with true crime typically, and I just didn't want, like, I just was doing other things, and I didn't want to be asked to look at my messenger at all. Let alone half the notifications, I swear to God, I never see anyway. Like, meaning, like before I used to get ding or something like that, but it's like it can go off, and it's like meaning when I say it goes off, it's like it doesn't give me that ding sound that typically it does. I don't know. It's just odd sometimes. But either way, I just was avoiding Messenger for a few days. I was painting, like I said, doing other things. And I just sometimes you just need a little bit of a break, and you weren't feeling well. I know Alexa's busy with her stuff, and Charmaine's been busy, with her stuff. And sometimes I just need to be busy with other things besides true crime stuff, like stuff with my husband, and doing stuff like we were doing. And just, like I said, painting. I did a couple paintings for people at work type of thing. I actually did this one painting. I guess this character's name is Anxiety. So I said to her, like, well, what would you want me to paint you? And then she said, and she pointed to this picture of this movie called In and Out or something, In and Out 2, and this anxiety person. And then she points to it, and I was like, no, like, what really do you want? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, well, I can do that. As long as it's not a person's face, I can do that. Anyway, so let's see. Yes, the grandma that stepped in and the other people was SA her, and Nanny Grandma arranged the whole thing and sold her. My opinion were on the street says grandma knew everything. So did dad and the cousin. Yeah, well, at the end of the day, we're gonna have to see how that plays out, because we all know that the internet can grab hold of stuff and twist it and stuff like that. But and I'm not trying to take away anything from you, Mama May or Wild Wolf there. I don't know enough about this case at the moment to make a judgment either way on what transpired or didn't. I mean, I'm sure we'll be updated soon enough. Again, if there's charges going to come in any way, shape, or form, those will happen as well. If suspiciousness was, from the side of the grandma or whatever, who knows? But I can't say I know enough about this case. I was only told about it yesterday. Melissa told me that the auntie was coming on, Auntie Sanika, and she asked me if I'd join her and stream it from our channel. And of course, right? Last time I fell asleep on her. Last time she asked me for a favor, right, Melissa?
Don't fall asleep on me this time, dang it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
But I will say, I just ask, Sonny, no matter how you feel about the grandma or the cousin or this case, that tomorrow you show respect to the family and you don't make accusations or talk down to them, because all tomorrow is, and like I said before, it's not necessarily going to be going over the case. I might talk about it a little more in depth once the aunt is off. That way I'm not reopening that wound for her that is already very fresh.
Absolutely.
But the whole point of tomorrow is to show who Kei'Mani was as a person and the good things. It's not to rehash this case, who did what or why. It's only about Kei'Mani.
Correct. Okay, so I do. So we're gonna move on from Kei'Mani. Happy birthday, Kei'Mani! You beautiful child. You did not deserve what happened to you. I know that you're with the angels and you're in a beautiful place now. But unfortunately, you're not here with the people that do love you here on Earth. And it's just you know how I feel about child cases. They're just heart wrenching. It's hard to stare at just at this child's face and feel nothing but pain because you saw her at school there enjoying playing with the water, you know, and then again, no longer here on there. But anyways, okay. That Alexa, this is Kei'Mani Latigue. It's the case of it just started on like the 18th of March. Um, and then the father was shot and arrested, and he was supposed to appear in court yesterday, but was still in the hospital, so that's why he didn't appear in court yesterday. And so far there's just going to be charges brought against him so far at this point again, but definitely one that we'll be following and covering because it's of interest to Melissa, and Melissa knows how it is. Sometimes the case just gravitates to you, like Sebastian Rogers did to me and Aspen, right? Well, Aspen first, and then to me as soon as he sent it to me. But anyways, so yeah, so sometimes just a case gravitates your way. There's a lot of cases going on right now, a ton. Now I do want to show something. So Miss Dog Lover, we all know that Brian Kohberger, is of course accused of the murders of the Idaho Four, and that his trial will be coming up. I'm not exactly sure when it's starting, but regardless, they're going through all the evidence is kind of pouring out of different things. And what I gotta laugh though. It astonishes me how many people, maybe it's because I'm Canadian, it astonishes me how many people don't know how to say balaclava. Aspen had issues with saying it, or a lot of people don't even know what a balaclava is. Maybe it's because we sell a ton of them out here in the freaking, igloo places of Canada, and they're a dime a dozen everywhere you go. But it just seems like the US, from what I've seen so far, they seem to struggle with calling it or using the name. Or because even what's his name? From CNN, Brian, whatever his last name is, Brian Enton. Okay, he's like, I didn't even know what a balaclava was. Like, he had never heard of it. He had said, and I'm just like, really? Like, are you freaking underneath a rock or something? But then I'm thinking, well, maybe it's because in Canada they're a dime a dozen all the time. But anyways, so of course, like with Brian Kohberger, right? The dude's freaking, he's fried, he's fucked, he's whatever you want to call it. He's toast. His ass is grass. He's nailed to the coffin, etc., etc. The dude purchased the sheath. His sister, I guess, called in the tip line or whatever, T-bar, whatever it's called, knife. And then he went to go buy another one, probably to get the sheath off of it, to pretend like it was freaking the one from the original knife. It's probably why, he purchased a balaclava, blah, 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 anyways, the guy is toast. No matter how you look at it, he's fried. His ass is cooked. He's going to get hammered in prison if he doesn't get killed first. Who knows? Anyways, Miss Dog Lover sent me the UK. Oh, Miss Dog Lover, by the way, if you're watching this now, I just want to let you know that. So my husband's from the UK, if anyone that's watching doesn't know. I'm drinking Iron Brew. Safeway carries, well, there's other places that carry it too, but Safeway carries the Iron Brew. So my husband picks them up. It's a British thing, okay? My husband, one of his favorite things to drink was always like the Iron Brew. Oh, so Mama, if you're watching still, got Iron Brew. Actually, she probably already knows, because my husband half the time talks to his mama on the way home from work. He doesn't go, well, let me call my wife. He's like, let me talk to Mama. So anyways, it's good.
Mama May, all I'm gonna say real quick is don't listen to everything you hear on the streets. There is a lot of misinformation out on Kei'Mani, and please do not spread it unless you know it's true for a fact.
Which part?
The cousin is not in jail, and
What?
Kei'Mani was not sold. So, she said it's
Oh,
just
I.
heartbreaking,
Oh,
the word on the street. The cousin's not in jail. In fact, she was just online a couple minutes ago because I talked to her. And I
yeah.
talked to her yesterday and the day
Mhm.
before. So, no, she's not in jail. So, I just ask that you just trust that if anybody else is involved, that they will face charges, but please do not spread misinformation because that gets nowhere.
Yeah, well, you know this shit's gonna happen, but yeah, you know what? But the bottom line is, it's trying to clear up the misinformation because we know how this works. It happens in all cases. People start saying shit, putting people's faces out there. We see this all the time when it's not even the right person and blah 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 and misinformation. But on this case, like I said, I'll let. I know that there's going to be probably some sort of conference about it soon or something. And again, if somebody's guilty of something, they'll be you know brought to justice as well. So with this case, like I said, I'm fresh to it. I'm going to wait to see what happens with it. Listen to some more videos on it. But I'm pretty sure with this one, like I said, I'll just wait to see what comes of it. At the end of the day, this beautiful girl is gone. Her dad's literally the one that shot her, and the gross shit that he did to her, exactly, and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep it at that. I don't know anything about the auntie. I don't know anything about the grandma per se, besides the videos that I watched and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, we'll just see how it all plays out. It's a tragic, the whole event itself is, of course, tragic that this beautiful 13-year-old that turned 14 today lost her life in the midst of whatever the situation was. Fully not sure. Hi, Mama, a 5.
Yeah,
How are
and I
you?
mean, again, tomorrow isn't necessarily going to be let's dispel rumors or let's, say what's true and what's not true. It is purely about who is Kei'Mani, who was Kei'Mani, what was she like, and letting us know her in a positive light, not the essay, not the nearly, not none of these, none of that. Just purely who was she so that we can know the truth about her as a person, nobody else.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Now I want to go back onto this. Okay. Melissa. And again, if you got your link for the live tomorrow, feel free to drop that in here. Have you set it up yet? No? Okay.
No, I was going to set it up after this.
Okay. So you guys, this one right here, so Miss Doglover sent it to me. Criminology student to be sentenced for the murder of Amy Gray on Bournemouth Beach. And I mean, not the best look in the world, is it? Nassan Sadi. So it says a 21-year-old criminology student is due to be sentenced today for the murder of Amy Gray and attempted murder of Leanne Miles on beach in Bournemouth. Nassan, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but whatever. Nassan Sadi of Croydon, South London, fatally stabbed 34-year-old physical trainer and seriously wounded her friend as the pair were enjoying a late night chat next to a small fire to keep warm from Durley Chine Beach on May 24th last year. He's to be sentenced at the Winchester Crown Court after the judge, Mr. Justice Cutts, ordered sentencing to reports. Anyway, so let's see here. What does it say? The defendant, who has been studying criminology and criminology psychology at the University of Greenwich, has had researched locations to carry out the killings and had even asked if the course lectures questions on how to get away with murder. The trial heard that Sadi was fascinated with knives and had bought 6 blades from websites, with several found at his aunt's house where he was living. Talking about deja vu, isn't it? Sadi used the name Ninja Killer for his Snapchat account and also used the username N Skills on his computer. Sadi, who had dropped out of the physical education course, had carried out searches about Millie Dowler and Brianna Gay killings. Lecturer Dr. Lisa Marie Reese told the court Saudi had asked questions about how to get away with murder, which had led to her to ask him, "You're not planning on murdering, are you?" Right. The court was told Saudi had booked 2 hotels for a 4-night stay in Bournemouth starting May 21st and shown on the CCTV carrying out Reese's. I bet you any money that my husband's mother and Jace, they're probably laughing their freaking stock off at me for all my mispronunciations when it comes to like the British shit. Oh well, it's sometimes it's hard when there's like things you just have no clue. Like I don't live in that part of the world to know how these places and that are pronounced, let alone names half the time. So let's see. So the court was told that Saudi had booked 2 hotels, like I said. Oh my God, yawning. At the Reese's of the seafront in the scene of the murder, which happened about 11:40 p.m. on May 24th. During his stay at the Dorset Resort, the defendant, who was a fan of horror movies, go figure, went to the cinema to see slasher movie. Oh God. Suggesting a motive for the attack, Miss Jones, must be Stepha Jones's relation, the defendant and Ray Jones. This defendant seems to have wanted to know what it would be like to take the life. And okay, so I mean, there's nothing pretty about this case. We'll put the victims up there instead of the piece of shit that got sentenced today. But it's very, very much almost deja vu, duplicate of Brian Koberger's case here. Same thing, really. And like kind of like what Alexa said, and it's my thoughts too, was people are saying how a criminology student, a lot of times they gravitate to studying criminology because of their own dark sides. Absolutely. I totally, absolutely agree with that. You know, same thing with Brian Koberger. Absolutely believe that he took those things because his fascination with killings and deaths and whatever, and, you know, wanting to see it for him, and, you know, gets to a point where they want to see, you know, plan it, think that they're smart at it, whatever, and want to feel that sensation or whatever sick, twisted thing that goes on. Do you think, I mean, that was very similar, was it not? For sure.
I don't know. Every time I hear, you know, like the Brian Koberger or this guy, you know, the criminology student convicted of murder or charged with murder, I can't help, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm sure I can't be the only one that just thinks to myself, did they take that class? Did they take that major because of their, first of all, because of their desires, and then second, so that they would know how to get away with it? Not necessarily just because of the desire, but the desire to get away with it. And if you take criminology, you know, they teach you about forensics and this and that.
Yeah.
And it's like, is it a way for them to, oh, this is my how-to book or my how-to class of how to get away with the desires that I have?
Yeah. That's how I see it. Freaking crazy asses. These people exist in this world, sadly. You know, like I said, you know,
Those girls, they're beautiful.
Absolutely. You know what probably is what I probably don't understand out of all of this is technology has advanced so much with DNA, with digital analysis and stuff like that. And what gets me is that, does it stop these cases from still continuing, you know, by the abundance? No. You know, technology outsmarts most of them all of the time because they're dumbasses, don't know how to actually like delete from a computer, you know, because it just sits in there, from a phone and stuff like that. But it doesn't stop these dumbasses from continuing to do this. And this is what I don't understand. Like, you're at the point pretty much where you almost, you know, like you're getting to the point where you almost can't commit a murder or something like that because the digital analysis will give you away, you know, or the DNA, you know, is so massively changed, especially with the sake of like Brian Koberger's case, where, his dad DNA, and it matched his DNA on the sheath and whatever and stuff like that. And it's crazy. And yet these cases, these people think that they're freaking smarter than all the digital analysis and DNA stuff and that going on nowadays. Like, you think it would slow down, but these cases sadly are a dime a dozen every other day. Every day. There's a new case, new murder, new something. And it just that's what probably blows me away the most, is thinking that these morons think that they're smarter than the technology. And sometimes, yeah, don't get me wrong, sometimes some of them get away with it, but majority of time nowadays, your ass is grass, because they're too dense to know exactly what the police and FBI or whatever can do for technology. But it just, I would have thought that it would, eased up, and these.
And it's
these-
not like it was, 30, 40 years ago. I'll say that long because it really hasn't been that long. Back in the 90s, when, DNA really started first coming out, it took a whole lot of blood, right? It took a whole lot of whatever to get a DNA profile. But even back then, in the early 90s and, maybe even late 80s, whenever, DNA started becoming a thing.
Yeah.
It took a lot of material, right? And even then they could give you male, female, blood type, and that was about it, right? They really couldn't tell you a whole lot. And it has evolved to where it is now. They can take your DNA and put it into a computer system, and it basically paints a picture of what you look like to some degree of accuracy. And phones and, things of that nature that you didn't have back then. So, I was like you. I was like, oh, well, they can pinpoint which direction your phone is now, whether it's face down, face up, pointed to the right or the left or whatever. You can't get away with anything. And the sooner people realize that, the sooner this will be a better world.
It's just, I don't know. I'm from a whole different grain than these sick, twisted motherfuckers that walk the earth. Totally the opposite. It's just trying to understand that people could do such horrific things, like Kei'Mani, for instance. When I say what happened to her, I mean what the dad did to her. Okay, that is sick, and that is so freaking twisted. And you just, or to John Bonet, to little Madeline McCain, all these. It's just so sick and twisted that I can't even put myself in their shoes to even understand where these fucked up thoughts and brain cells come from to do such heinous acts. I know that people can drink and do drugs and then they can become a whole different person. I've seen that happen with people many times, so, but for instance, like take Chris Watts' case there. Like, you're literally going to jump on top of your wife basically and smother her to death. She's pregnant with your kid, and then you go ahead and take the lives of your kids and freaking put them in a fucking well over a fucking ugly chick. Like, seriously? I shouldn't say ugly chick, but you know what I mean? Like,
You know what gets me with that case, with the Watts case, is when
douche.
the little one said, "You're not going to do to me, Daddy, what you did to Cece, are you?"
Yeah.
That baby watched her mama die. She watched her sister die. And she knew her dad was going to do it to her.
It's crazy. It's honestly crazy. And just like to Barry Morphew, Scott Peterson, all these losers, these freaking pieces of scum of the earth that literally stand there and go, especially like Chris Watts, right? I mean, come on. The guy was smirking half the time it was almost like, okay, let me just project that I'm really missing. I just want, like Lacey to come home. Just, Barrymore oh, Suzanne, we want you back so bad. Like, and then, like you don't even, when you feel true emotions and stuff like that. That's why I have to go back because I'm really good at picking up on emotions. I've definitely had that knack since I'm a kid when it comes to emotions, of people and stuff like that, and realize seeing slime for what it is, and but I haven't watched enough about this case to make any judgment calls here on the one that you guys are talking about, which is the grandma. I watched the interview. Um, See how that plays out. But when I was watching, it wasn't like I was picking up these vibes. But then again, I just kind of was watching the different things on it. It wasn't like I was overly tuning into going, oh, is she being truthful? I was just kind of trying to get the gist of the story and stuff like that. But who knows? They can easily so kill because they are psychopaths. Remember, they don't. Yeah, exactly, Alexa. I know. Okay. You know what? Let's take a break for a second. Let me take a break for a second. I need to go get myself another drink here. And then we're going to get on to Sebastian Rogers' case. Yeah. Okay. Go have a smoke or whatever there, Missy. And yeah, we'll just go on break for a minute. And we'll be back in a couple minutes.
It doesn't help my lungs, but it's not going to stop.
Nope. Okay. Be back in a couple, you guys.
I agree, Alexa. Even with all the technology today, a lot of crimes go unsolved due to law enforcement error and forensic error. I agree. Fully agree with that. Which is really sad. Lisa said they will never realize that. They just find new ways to get away with it. Yes, you're right there. Exactly. They've got the world at their fingertips. So if they want to get away with it, I mean, it's right there of how to get away with it. I agree, Mama F5. I agree. And, I know Seth doesn't like to hear it, but I just, at this point, I don't think that we're looking for a healthy 16-year-old. I sadly don't. I mean, I still hope, but it is sad. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It hurts my heart. Where is he? At least let us find his body if that's what it is. And, either way, whether he tells us verbally because he's still alive, he tells us through his body what happened, just let the baby come home so he can be put to rest properly or be loved properly. Well, Mama F5, I mean, I'm not 100% without hope. I mean, look at Elizabeth Smart. She was found alive, what, 8 years? 8 months, 8 years. I want to say years, but I don't think that's right. But there are cases where years and years down the road, people are found and they're okay, or you know when I say okay, I don't mean physically or mentally, but they're okay as in they're still breathing. So I mean, there is hope, but it's a slim hope, but it's still hope. And that's what Seth clings to, is the hope. And I can't blame him for that. And for me, and it may be the unpopular opinion, but if he is still alive, for me, the only time money wouldn't matter is if you're family. Because I don't think Joe Smo down the road is gonna pass up that amount of money to hide your son. I don't know who Rudy is. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, Alex. I mean, either way, he's going to tell us verbally or his body's going to, one of the two. And I know that statistic, and that's what gets me. Look at the Evansdale case, the girls were found, and, it's been years. It's been over a decade, Give yourself up at this point. His mom hid him for years. I don't know the case. I might have to look into it.
Oh, I know what case she's talking about, Mama 5. She's talking about Rudy. It was it last year or something, Mama 5? That was the one where the child was like, she had hit him in the house and he ended up like escaping or whatever it was. It was a strange case. And yeah, it was like she acted like he'd gone missing. And I believe, if not, I was not mistaken, that, like she was getting all this money for, helping and and the kid was in the house the entire time. And then all of a sudden I don't know, like leaves the house. It just was a really, like sick fucking case. And I'm pretty sure she was a hoarder as well, kind of person. But yeah, it ended up being that he was in the house the entire time. He didn't run away or shit, And I wouldn't doubt it if, like, the mama basically told the kid, like, like, we can get some money from doing this and da 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 da. Yeah, I remember the case, but I didn't keep following it after a while. Yeah. Yeah.
Guess I haven't heard of it.
Yeah. It was it's finally sunk in when I seen the name Rudy. He was like this bigger child. Like, when I'm talking bigger child, he was a pretty hefty sized child, right? And he was like said, yeah, 5 years or something like that. Just remember, like, I don't even know, ended up knowing what happened with that all, to be honest with you. Because sometimes, people do weird shit for greedy reasons in order to get money and stuff like that. And anyways, yeah, remember that. Okay. So let's talk about Sebastian Rogers. I know you guys were slightly there. Okay. So there's a lot of stuff kind of going on. Hey Travis, how are you? There's a lot of stuff going on right now with when it comes to Sebastian Rogers' case, in the sense of what I will call drama, and also there's different things like court filings. So I haven't been, like, I'm not really big on into the drama side of cases. And now I don't want to say that the court filings are necessarily drama, but at the end of the day, it kind of is as well, because in what world do we live in that people need to keep attacking each other and taking away from a child that's missing, and it becoming about arguments and fighting and um, lies and drama constantly. So, meaning SF Fisher investigates. And I can't tell you the gist of it. I can't, because I don't honestly keep up with this type of shit too well, because I leave that for the actual drama channels for the most part. But I know that there's SF investigates. He's part of a RICO case or something like that has been brought against him. And I'm not sure who's all involved in this whole RICO case, if it's FS investigates and anybody else. But I know that, like, say, Bullhorn Betty, Seth Rogers, but At Night Intelligence, Nick the Hat, and stuff like that they had filed an emergency motion, and that emergency motion was approved. I know that Mr. E was reading that the filing and stuff like that. I only watched for about 5-10 minutes, only because that paperwork stuff I'm really not into too much. It reminds me of Delphi, and how many, remember Travis, you know how many, like, Travis loves the stuff too, but of all the paperwork that we were going through with Delphi. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not listening to like 89 pages or whatever the heck it was of stuff like this, because bottom line is it's about finding Sebastian Rogers. So meaning I find it so hard to believe that people that are truly trying to help Sebastian Rogers and finding out what happened to him, like Nick the Hat or Ad Intelligent, Betty, Bullhorn Betty, people that are truly actually really dedicated, Terry Lynn, to the case. And then this piece of shit named SF Investigates, and these other losers are throwing threats out, just smack talking all the time. And it's just amazing to me how during a missing child's case that all of this shit always happens, that egos and different shit get in the way, and people start attacking or throwing threats on people, gonna kill them if they step into Tennessee, they better watch their back, etc., etc. Like, there's a lot of effing cuckoo clocks out there, you guys. So just know that, okay? So whenever you think about ever becoming a creator, think about all the whack jobs that actually follow you, or follow people around, or that they don't like your opinion, and then they'll try to throw threats at you and stuff like that. Like, I think a Delphi case where that one loser kept coming in and threatening to slice mine and Deb Rolison at her throat and stuff like that, right? And then what is it? So the idiot accidentally showed himself on the backstage, and I caught it, so I plastered it all over YouTube. Then he files like a privacy thing. YouTube freaking makes me take it down, and I'm like, are you guys fucking tards, YouTube? Like, seriously? A guy sits there, and it's okay that he sits there and goes around saying he's gonna slice your throat, and there's YouTube, right, protecting some fucking asshole's rights over the good people and stuff like that. It just blows me away. And YouTube is like any other big ass corporation at the end of the day. They honestly don't give two fucks, okay? They don't. They care about their money and all that shit. They honestly, it's like those jobs that you work at where they preach all this shit, and what they preach, they're hypocrites of. That's YouTube, that's freaking, doesn't matter if it's Amazon, doesn't matter. They all do the same shit. But anyway, so it always gets me. But during a missing child's case, to sit here and watch what's transpiring between creators and stuff like that, taking away from Sebastian Rogers' case, and watching this, joke of a person called SF Investigates and stuff like that, or even, Christopher Proudfoot, you can fucking go suck ass as well, because, dude, you are one of the biggest losers of a stepfather to even put yourself to the public. And it's not because of anything to do with Sebastian, as in his disappearance for Christopher Proudfoot, but it's like, these idiots put themselves out there and they project themselves as these narcissistic a-holes, right? And then they cry like they're fucking victims or something. And yet they're the ones with the mouths that just can't stop. Christopher Proudfoot, same thing, right? He doesn't go on any lives because of Sebastian. He goes on live so he can, vindicate himself from stuff that's being said wrongly and acts like he's there. Katie Proudfoot, she couldn't even be asked to hold up her own kid's freaking photograph on the 1-year anniversary and shit like that. And then you wonder, you guys aren't these poor little victims. You guys are shit parents, regardless of if you had anything to do with it or not. But it's like, it's like watching this weird, twisted thing unfold going on here in Sebastian's Rogers case. And it's just crazy to me. It's just crazy to me that these psychos are literally, like I said, just creating drama. And what's her face? Kei'Mani and stuff like that. Just fucktards of YouTube. Literally just like some, big ass loser opening up her mouth, projecting all this freaking hate and all that stuff. It's now, and even, sorry, Jay for Justice, but even you too. You put titles like, what's going on here? Like, what am I listening to? You guys are the exact reason why true crime sucks when it comes to, projecting people that actually truly care to versus people that are just doing it to feed their own fucking pockets all the time and to sit there and cause drama purposely and act like that there are these fucking great channels out there and stuff like that, when really they're big ass loser channels that really have no dedication to the Sebastian Rogers case besides reaping off their freaking like their pocketbooks basically. And you guys know that, right? But to watch what's unfolding in this case is so ridiculous to me, of what's going on, people ripping down posters of finding Sebastian and stuff like that. Oh, it takes a lot to keep Sebastian as the focus. Hey, Sunny. Hey, Seth. How are you, buddy? On there. Yeah. It's just, sorry, I get very frustrated when it comes to, especially people that are doing it out of their own freaking, for their own pocketbooks and just causing a bunch of shit. I get the fact that, Sebastian Rogers' name needs to be out there because cases can go very dry and then nobody's really talking about them and stuff. And that the drama channels, they're the ones that can definitely have people following them by the thousands and stuff like that. But let me put it this way. Bottom line is, it's a sad world when people want to believe bullshit instead of just sticking to the facts and the truth of the case, and at least having some actual critical thinking and stuff like that, instead of making it about, well, let's talk about Britney's channel today. Let's trash on Britney, and why not just keep the focus on Sebastian, about all the things about Sebastian and stuff like that? But it really bites my ass when people just use a case for their pocketbooks and it's not truly, but that's the world. Sadly, that is the world. And this is why we don't get the viewers we get, because we're not this drama channel, sadly, right? If I was a drama channel, go ahead. I'm just ranting right now. Go ahead.
Something that gets me with the channels, and yes, I have been left on my own this month to at least listen to them in the background for noise. But I noticed one of them, I don't know, their title, their headline, whatever, was blah, 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 in the midst of a missing child. You know what? Screw your drama. Focus on Sebastian. And, I even got tired of it here, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. And I was like, why don't you guys focus on Sebastian? You guys have lost Sebastian in all of your drama. And that's not fair to him.
It's not. And honestly, this one right here, like, what a nasty case this one is turning out to be between creators and people, SF Investigates actually took down his Twitter account. Okay. That, again, another Christopher Proudfoot, narcissist to the fullest, instead of it just being like working together and whatever. But, because we all know that different personalities happen in this world, that not everyone's going to agree, not everyone's going to like, and blah, 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 blah. But this is just nasty stuff that keeps going on with Sebastian's case. And this is about Sebastian. I'm trying to help understand what happened to Sebastian, but nah, it's like when I stepped away from it before, it was because it was turning into a circus act. So I needed to take a break from it. Then I come back because obviously the case means a lot to me. And then same thing right now. It's my second live. And again, and it's because I really didn't have a lot to say. I had other things I was doing, like paintings and stuff like that, whatever. But I really could not think because there was just not a lot more to say. I mean, there's channels all over the covering the case, some of them for good reasons, some of them for really shitty reasons. But if I don't feel true to myself about doing something, then I just can't do it. I can't fake doing a live about Sebastian Rogers if I really feel like there's not anything I can say, right? Like, meaning, yes, we can say he's missing and stuff like that. But I mean, when there's no anything new going on, in a sense, and people are just taking a droplet of something and riding off of it, for the sake of freaking their dollar, like I said, their pocketbooks and stuff like that. So sometimes I just need to have a breather myself in order. And don't get me wrong, Seth and stuff. I think about Sebastian's case every single dang day. I pray and hope and wish that someday that Seth gets his answers regardless from this, because this case is I don't get it. I don't get what it is that's missing from this case, that it has not been solved or Sebastian has not been found by this point. I don't get it. With all the cameras and all the different things, it just astonishes me that in this day in technology, that there's doorbell cameras, there's this, there's that, there's digital data that somebody knows, but that there's pieces missing that you can't even understand, right? I mean, how hard should it be to either see a child leave the home or know that something was abducted, a child was abducted or something like that? How hard should this truly be? Because there's enough freaking cameras in the place. There's enough footage there that something should have been seen regardless. And I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. And honestly, I pray all the time for Sebastian. Like, seriously, dude, come into my head. Tell me where you are. Show me something, And then I do have dreams all the time, right? Of Sebastian all the time. And then, like I said, then I wake up, can't totally remember anything. Like, sometimes I'll remember something about the dream, but does it mean anything? I don't know. Right. It just drives me bonkers And then, so for instance, Mod Crew, I don't know, you guys in chat. I mean, how many, and nothing against Mob Crew when I'm asking this question, but for you, Melissa, Mob Crew, do you feel like he's on the right track, or that he's trying to double down on something that's just not there?
He's more than doubling down on something that is not there, to the extent that even in this video that you're gonna play, I'm assuming because it's up.
Well,
what he or whoever did to do this, just infuriates me, because all it does is show just how stupid people think everybody else is, because they literally took this car and they photoshopped it in to the Texas Roadhouse video. It just randomly pops out of nowhere. I mean, come on, you're not helping find Sebastian. Sure, you're saying his name, but you're spreading misinformation that you've been told is misinformation multiple times.
Well, that's just it. Exactly. That's just it. This is the part that I don't get, right? Now, no, don't get me wrong, because I do understand it. Okay. I do understand, because it's trying to believe, the green hoodie person at Texas Roadhouse. I mean, come on. The police can say all they want that they've talked to this person and this whatever, how suspicious was that green hoodie person standing beside the vehicle? Come on. Like for a minute and a half, just standing there. So I get the fact that, people always go to the same thing. They always say the same thing. They always say, well, Ali could lie to us all they want. Ali could lie to us. Do you honestly think that it's their daily wake up to everyone just to go out? You know what? I think I'm going to throw out some bullshit about Sebastian Rogers' case. And I'm just going to lie to the public about this and that. But they always use that same thing, that the police, that the LE lies to people all the time. Now, I'm not saying that they don't put out things, or that they put out things, of course, for certain reasons and stuff. But people use that as their go-to all the time. And why? It's because they have no clue, like myself, about how LE works, or FBI and stuff like that. We have good friends, CV and stuff like that, or that are ex-police officers and stuff, but I don't like, I'm pretty sure that LE's going to say, like when they came out with that video of what SF put out, okay? FS thinks that he's like the smartest fucking person in the world there, and thinks that somehow he managed to catch something that LE didn't, because just like him alone, right, managed to outsmart probably 50 people that had looked at that video and whatever that were working on it, and then of course the news runs with it. And then the news people, like the people that don't really follow the case, they're thinking like, well, I guess we've solved the case. There's Sebastian Rogers heading down the road at 12:17 at night over here and stuff like that. And everything that SF says, for the most part, what's his face? Chris there, will say the opposite, all the time, as if it's not true. But regardless how big of a douchebag SF investigates is, I'm sure there's some truth between the information that he's trying to put out as well. I don't want to knock Chris for what he's doing, but I also believe that sometimes you, like I did with Delphi. I did the same thing with Delphi. You double down, you portray this whole thing when everything he's showing could be actually nothing at all. And I'm probably sure a lot of it is, okay? A lot of it's just nothingness. Now, if there was one thing, and Seth, if you're still in here, I still want you to answer this for me. Because when you were on Pascal and when you were on this live, you had said that the LE said it was a garbage truck up on Honeysuckle or whatever up there, that it was a garbage truck. And my only question to you is, yes, do you believe it's a garbage truck? Or no, do you not believe it is anymore? Because that makes a difference to me if Seth doesn't believe that anymore, that it wasn't a garbage truck and that it was perhaps, this vehicle. And so this is where it gets all mucky and murky and all that stuff, because there's like something happened to Sebastian, right? Something happened. So either there's footage out there that we have no clue about, which they might have, like the LE might have an inkling more so on, right? Regardless if SF investigates his claim that he has 1,000 hours worth of footage and blah, 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 type of thing. And I know that at night and that they got their footage and different things as well. But there's something happened to Sebastian. He didn't freaking fly out of that house. He didn't get picked up by an alien ship. He didn't freaking genie carpet out of there and stuff like that. He either left on his own accord, which is highly unlikely, but it's still plausible, or something happened to him. And the only thing that people can relate to be honest with you, Melissa, is the moving lights, right? Like those moving lights or whatever you want to call it did happen in a sense, or at least the one in the middle did, but it did happen. So and that seems to be like the biggest opening, but yet all the cars have been accounted for. So what are we ever supposed to believe? That somehow during the time that Katie left in the morning, that she was like, here, Mama Bower socks, here you go. Here's Sebastian, go do with them. Like what? Because something happened to him. So, and people are twisting this part too, okay? It was not said that there was a person outside of Sebastian's window, because these people don't know how to fucking read properly. What was said from a neighbor was that there was a silhouette in the window when Katie basically was going to bed, and then the lights turned off. It didn't say anything. And then until these fucktards don't listen properly and they project like there's some person standing outside Sebastian's window, which that was never said. It's only was said when people twisted that information into suddenly some person's out, whatever. And so when SF Investigates answers it on J for Justice, when he hops on, right, to talk about shit, then all of a sudden he's like agreeing like that it did happen. And I'm like, see, this is exactly the bullshit that keeps happening, because it was never said that there was a person outside of the window. It was that there was a silhouette inside the house. Basically, you know how the light catches you, you'll turn off the light. Anyways, I digress. That he no longer believes.
Sorry, I had a bee bothering me.
A bee?
Becoming springtime.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm like deathly allergic, so I was like, come on,
okay.
come on.
By the way, this Sprite Zero Sugar Chill, that's good. I keep testing out these. They keep bringing out new things for like us diabetic people that freaking love pop, but don't want any of the sugar. Anyway, go ahead. Your turn. Your turn.
No, I mean, I just here probably over. I don't know. It's like I've been feeling it for the last few months. Like there's just so much drama around this case that it just feels like Sebastian and his photo and his name and the details and the truth around this case have been lost in all of the drama, and that just kills me. It just, I don't know, it drives me nuts. And you know, whether or not it's a flashlight or a trash truck does not change the fact that somewhere between 6:30 p.m. on the 25th and 6 a.m. on the 26th that Sebastian went missing. That fact does not change. And he just needs found so that we know what happened.
That's what makes it so ridiculous.
That simple.
A child is missing, and people would rather just argue and do all this shit. It just, you know what? I'm sorry. I want to say it shocks me, but it doesn't, because humanity pretty much sucks for the most part. Okay. Seriously. Like, if this is what humanity looks like, go fuck yourselves then. Because honestly, there's people like me in this world that knew that when I was born, that I was a big carer of people, that it was actually that cheesy sentence when you can do something for somebody else because it puts a big smile on your face. That's me all day long. I do things like that all the time because it's the most fulfilling enjoyment. And yet you sit here and this is why I do hate this space of true crime, and it was never my intention to be in it, is because of stuff that is so very hurtful. But to watch these dynamics happen all the time, and it's not just in this case, it's in so many cases, but to watch it turn into a freaking circus, and then the actual child gets lost amidst the freaking pocketbookers or the money munchers out there that freaking just suck Christopher Proudfoot's ass, basically just to use him, to come on his live and, take the opposite side because they know that it feeds their pocketbooks and whatever and stuff like that. That stuff hurts my heart. It does. Because in what world is this world not supposed to be about caring and being kind and nice to people, But sadly, especially in true crime, there's some really good channels out there. But then there's a lot of these just leeches that just look for the money value of cases. And that's sad. Like, I'm just saying, like, they can do whatever they want with their channels. But I'm just saying in general, as a society, that is really effing sad that most people would rather pay attention to drama than to actually have the case covered with actual facts and people that are truly invested in cases and try to always make it about the facts and then have opinions and thoughts and never try to abuse the right of, what a channel to me to me is supposed to be about, which is supposed to be about being genuine, honest, caring, did it no matter what you do in your life, right? That's supposed to be our somewhat standard in humanity. But to watch this whole thing, it's just disgusting as I keep watching it. And it just blows me away that all of this happens at the expense of a child that's missing. That should be the focus of everything and anything, really, to about the facts. Just, and so I don't want to take away from Mob Crew and what he's doing. Okay. Like I said, I did the same shit with Delphi, right? And I was totally wrong, learned my effing lesson. But I get what he's trying to do. And I know he's doing it with a genuine heart. He's not doing it for the sake of, like, meaning, although he's appreciating the money and stuff he's getting from it, he's not doing it for the sole purpose of that at all. It's not at his forefront. He enjoys obviously doing this stuff. I get the fact, but my point is that, is there any validation to anything he's saying, just partially, or is he doubling down and really this has nothing to do with anything, or partially does it? Because Sebastian did disappear. That's the bottom line. He did. And it happened sometime on Katie's watch between the time that she got home to 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever, 6:33 when the police were called and stuff like that, right? Like, I'm not believing that the thud didn't have something to do with it, or like, I can't believe Katie. I can't believe them at all because they've shown that they're not worthy of being trusted. Katie's not showing what a mother should be doing regardless. Even if they had nothing to do with the disappearance of Sebastian, which still is, quite questionable there. But even if they didn't, like, I'm sorry. To me, you're still a disgusting parent because you should just be killing it out there, going for, like, being on programs, bringing your son's name forward all the time, doing what Seth Rogers does, and keeping the focus about Sebastian on Sebastian. I don't understand how Katie could not be holding a picture of Sebastian on the 1 year. She puts pictures on her stupid interviews all the time that she does, acting like she's playing with his pictures and looking down at Sebastian. And yet her ass couldn't even be bothered to be holding a picture of her own child, of him missing. I don't get that. And Christopher Proud, he's just like a side slug to me. I don't really think about him too much in it because at the bottom, regardless of whatever, it's about the mother, the actions of the mother, the father, and stuff like that and what they're doing, right? And for anyone to try to take away from Seth, and then I'm sorry, but you're a big piece of shit yourself. If you're trying to take away from an actual father who's been searching for his son and you got mental issues, if you honestly believe that the father that's going to spend over a year looking for his child, bring up his social media and stuff like that, stuff he never intended on doing and is just faking it, or he had something to do with his son's disappearance, then you need to go check yourself into a freaking mental hospital. Seriously. If you want to believe liars, in a sense, people that are being deceptive, untruthful, not doing what they should be doing as parents, and you want to override that by someone that's literally was actually doing boots on the ground for their own child, and still, this is the point here too. He keeps the focus on Sebastian all the time. All the time. Can you say the same for Christopher and Katie? Nah, not even close. So there's a huge difference there. Now, does that still mean that Katie and Christopher had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance? You know what? We don't know the answer to that. Nobody knows the answer to that. We might think it. We might feel it. Every bone in our body might think it, but we still don't know what happened to Sebastian Rogers at the end of the day. But I can tell you from my own personal thoughts, Katie Proudfoot, piece of shit mother. Christopher Proudfoot, one of the biggest narcissistic a-holes that ever put himself in front of the camera, and then, like I said, you can't cry victim. SF Investigates, narcissistic 10.0, piece of shit. If you care about a case, why the hell are you putting shit about the case online if you're a private investigator? Like, it just blows me away that, so granted, right? When idiots do stuff like that, okay, if you're giving us information,
Hey, son.
type of thing, yeah.
Can I cut in here for just a minute?
Oh God, yeah, I'm just on my
Seth,
rant.
are you still in here? I need to know if you're in here. You know what? This is probably, I'm going to send you a screenshot. Do not put it up on the screen.
Okay. Let me know when you send it. And anyone, if you guys, smart ass, tell me when you send it.
I
Lisa
just
said-
sent it, and I'm going to be right back because I'm going to send a text message.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, you know, but I'm not going to say on here.
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys, just bear with us just for a moment. Okay. Anyways, okay, so I'm not going to put that up yet unless Melissa does give me the okay
No,
at some
please
point.
don't. I've sent a text message to
Yeah, I
see
get it.
if this is factual information.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I just had to cut in on that real quick.
No,
But,
no,
you
go
know,
ahead.
we were talking about the drama channels, and something that upset me, and I'm going to be honest, this really upset me at first. And there is a certain creator, I won't say who, had Sebastian's name tattooed on their body in a visible area. And at first, that really upset me because it's a drama person. And then I got to thinking about it a little more. And it was, okay, but think about this logically. The person who did the tattoo now knows Sebastian's name and can look into it. Anybody she sees for the rest of her life is going to see that name and is going to look into it or ask about it. So I want to know from the chat and you, how do you feel about that? Because as somebody who's been told to basically essentially keep Sebastian and the Proudfoots and Seth out of their mouth, that they do not exist. Yes. So how do you guys feel about that? Because I don't know. At first, I was really mad about it. And then I was like, well, I mean, and the person that did it now knows his name, and anybody who ever sees it knows it. How true this is, I don't know. I've not personally seen the tattoo, but it could be easily found. But if it's true, how do you guys feel about that? Did you get my message, Seth? I just sent you a message. Can you check your phone? Bullhorn Betty supposedly got Sebastian's name tattooed on her arm.
So you said at first
I
you were
personally,
upset about it.
at first I was upset, but then I got to thinking, well, at least whoever did it now knows Sebastian's name, and whoever sees it will know Sebastian's name.
Well,
so I don't know personally how to feel about this. Seth, again, please check your phone. And how do you feel about that? That this YouTuber has supposedly tattooed your son's name on her body, on her arm.
So to be honest with you, I probably would feel the opposite way about the way you feel about it. So, first of all, Bullhorn Betty, I don't overly know Bullhorn Betty. I know her. I know that she's a person that people either like or don't like. She's a very vocal person, and she makes her presence known loud and clear. And she's kind of like that. I don't give a shit type of person, and she'll fight, fight, fight. So to be honest, I really don't have no bones to pick. Sometimes when she puts up videos that are just ridiculous a little bit, without even knowing what she's talking about, like for instance, like that video that they were, and this is a learning lessons from Delphi, just like that video of as if people were carrying Sebastian, and then because I know how that works, or when she was showing the back of the house and stuff like that. Anyways, stuff like that, whatever. Okay, we all do that, but sometimes I think things get a little bit haywire there. But as for the tattoo,
Okay.
honestly, I don't care. Like, meaning she's very deeply involved in the case. And if this case means a lot to her, enough so that she wanted to put Sebastian's name, on herself, because this case means a lot. And like her and Seth and that, like they're all together, right? Like fighting for
Yeah,
Sebastian. And
Seth just said several ladies did it. But it is a tattoo of Sebastian's army that Seth was asked first, and he was there. Okay, so like I said, at first it kind of upset me, but then I got to thinking about it, and I was like, well, I mean, it brings exposure to his name, so maybe it's not such a bad thing. And that's
you
kind of
know,
where I felt since then.
even if you were to have said to me that it was Kei'Mani. So I only knew it once you said about the keep the mouth, because obviously she had a court order and whatever it was, right? But even if it was Kei'Mani, who I think is just a big douche channel, at the end of the day, again, to me, that's kind of one of those things. Hey, you know what? As much as drama and things, like, as much as I don't appreciate the fact that people write off of things and trash channels all the time, and they're constantly doing lives. Like, honestly, you guys all know Kei'Mani's channel. If you don't, I mean, that's just like a freaking dirty filled mouth, that chick right there. She is just disgusting beyond belief, the way she talks. I mean, she even brought up my video with Seth, and she just bashed me the entire time, pretty much, right? And that's all good, because I got freaking a shield of freaking rune type of thing around me, like freaking dragon shield, when it comes to that stuff. I laugh it off, really. But even if Kei'Mani were to have a thing of Sebastian, go for it. Hey, if this case does mean a lot to you and you want to put that on your body, I don't personally own one tattoo at all. I admire tattoos, but again, even if it was Kei'Mani, I'd say, you know what? If it keeps Sebastian's name out there and somebody asks about it because of the fact, then so be it, right? Absolutely. It's somebody's
So
personal preference. Yeah.
So Seth said, my sister is the only one that has Sebastian tattooed on her, and that is Sebastian's aunt. And I fully understand a parent, a family member, grandparent, aunt, uncle, even cousin, whatever. I fully understand them getting one. And like I said, at first I was like, what? Really? Like, why would you do that?
Mm.
And then, like I said, I second guessed myself and was like, well, you know what? It's going to keep his name out there. Anybody that sees it is going to be, well, what's that tattoo mean? I constantly see tattoos on people and say, oh, that's a nice tattoo. What's it mean? So, I mean, it keeps his name out there. So once I looked at it like that, it didn't bother me.
Well, I was going to say, so,
But like I said at first, when I first heard it, my first gut instinct was like, what?
Mm.
And then it was like, oh, well, look at it like this.
Mm. Yeah. Me, when it comes to like that personal stuff and like that, I honestly, like I said, it's not my judgment on that stuff for sure. So I don't think one way or another about it, to be honest, besides the fact of live and let live, and whatever somebody does, whether it be right or wrong in this lifetime, those are their choices and whatever. But just to ask you, did Seth look at that post that you sent him? Because that was could be a very interesting post, but we don't want to put it up there.
Not yet, not that I know of.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because that one right there, I mean, it could just be a bunch of malarkey. or maybe there's truth to it. Don't know. Anyways, so this is actually Jay for Justice. Again, you know what gets me about Jay on this one is, so Jay used to be a supporter, a hater of Christopher Proudfoot. You know, I don't know if and then whatever, she flip-flopped for whatever reason. Now she always has like Kei'Mani on thing and stuff like that, but she actually used to be the opposite. And I don't know if it was a money thing or I don't even know what it is, because honestly, for people to take Christopher Proudfoot's side, I think is an absolute joke. But in a perfect world, you know, everyone would see clearly who's the true person that's looking for Sebastian Rogers on this one. But anyways, so SF Investigates was in the chat, you know, and then jumped on. He was talking about a few things. So these few things I wanted to go over. Now, I listened to this about a week and a half ago. Haven't done a live since, but I did want to talk about it with you guys on a few of the things that he said. So I'm just going to play it out. I'll stop it when I need to, but just kind of play out. Because it was stuff about like the Katie's watch, about the thud, you know, a few different things that he was speaking about.
Well, my guess would be that all these things along the way, I've been like, listen, you're wrong about this. And let me show you why. And like, move on.
Well,
because-
it's interesting, SF, because he states in this live, like, he only got 2 screenshots and he's got to email his source.
No, that was in the text for the Texas Roadhouse people.
Yeah.
Well, my guess would be that at the very beginning of the case, that this neighbor may have sent Bobby or somebody in the Facebook group a couple screen grabs of the cars that went by, right?
Oh yeah, because she was literally asking people, and
okay.
And they're trying to
That makes
identify the
sense.
cars, and so somebody finally got it to him probably, and I'm just showing him. Listen, like I said before, it's you know.
Wow.
I'm not trying to do it in a sense that like, listen, you're wrong and make fun. It's just like, listen, you're accused, making up these crazy accusations because they're bringing other neighbors into it now, saying that they're running through their yards and stuff. And, it's just, that's just not the case. So it's like, go move on to the next theory. I'm just proving that this is, and that's why law enforcement would have known about this. And it'd be, I saw him saying like, I guess that was in the last.
Well, did he just say that law enforcement would have known about this? Kind of like the stupid video that he put out there with that little freaking blurb of a person that he was claiming. So it's like he's like a hypocrite of his own words there. Law enforcement would have known about it. Thank you, SF, though, for thinking that you're the best out there, that you somehow spotted that magical, mystical black ninja that just, was gliding out of the light, and that this could have been Sebastian and stuff like that. Like, get real. There would have been other cameras. Like, what did he do? Maneuver, decides to pop out of nowhere, But anyways, so I just, like I said, the guy is full of himself, but whatever. Everything.
That is exactly what I thought when I heard him say that. I was like, really? That's kind of the kettle call and the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, really? But I want to say, like Lisa said, she had thought about putting missing person magnets on her car because she drives around a lot. I am gone 6 months out of the year. And I help my brother with his business when I can. And that's why I'm gone. And I have actually thought about doing that. Not necessarily magnets, although magnets crossed my mind. But I thought about certain posters, Sebastian being the one that I would keep up, I've thought about that. So great minds think alike there, Lisa. But yeah, that was definitely the pot calling the kettle black. Well, law enforcement would have known about this. Well, law enforcement would have known about that video that you leaked too. So screw you.
Well, and this is where it keeps getting muddied, right? And at the end of the day, I just want the freaking truth. I don't want bullshit. I just want clarity to what's actually true about this, right? Like, was there just the 2 cars? Because if there's only 2 damn cars, right? Like, meaning the police have got all the footage from before, and after type of idea. Well, at least we hope that they do. But, right? And honestly, in all fairness, if there was all this suspicious activity around Katie and Christopher, and they were, totally lying. Like, I would like to think that somebody would be arrested by now, but who, like, that's what I mean. We just don't freaking know. And when people keep muddying the waters with, bullshit or shit that might be factual, it reminds me of Delphi. It just becomes so mucky that you can't even think straight anymore, and you don't know who to believe and stuff like that. Well, I like to at least stick with the horse's mouths as best as I can. So I don't care if you're a big piece of shit like SF Investigates. If you have any information that can somehow, be valuable to Sebastian's case, or anyone that's even, doesn't matter if you're a good person, piece of shit person, whatever, anything that's of value to Sebastian Rogers' case, or as potential to be, a thought for sure, right? That's the things that I'm looking for personally. I'm not looking to sit here and try to like take sides of, like, for instance, Chris from Mob Crew or SF Investigates. I just try to look at the information and stick with what seems logical, what could be factual, and what seems to be true, because Sebastian did disappear. He literally something has happened to Sebastian, and it happened on that clock watch on the 25th to the 26th in the morning. We don't know exactly when it truly happened, because, again, right? I can't believe Katie. All I can do is just take what they're saying and take it with a grain of salt, and take whatever information is out there from camera footage and just try to understand. And I'm telling you, there's nothing that we can understand with the information we have. We simply can't. Unless someone wants to tell me the green hoodie was some sort of relative of Katie Proudfoot's at 1,000%, and it can be verified, or that this vehicle that turned onto Kellen, at 3:00 in the morning, basically, on Kellen and Stafford there, and be certain that something did happen to Sebastian at that time. There's nothing to show that. It's just, all it is absolutely speculation, but there's no proof in the pudding of anything. And that's the part that's so frustrating. I don't get it. I don't get why we're sitting here today at this point and have no answers. It's just, it seems so absurd to me in this day and age of all this footage, regardless, right? That something of Sebastian, I don't get it. I don't. I've struggled so badly with this, to the point that it just hurts my brain to even think about it anymore, because there's just nothing that's come forward that is saying that this is what happened to Sebastian Rogers, at this time. And it just keep getting muddy. But anyways, play a little bit more of this, or like we'll play this out here and just go through it, because he does say some stuff.
I sent you an update.
Sure.
Last one, but he's talking about how he's got to call TBI and the FBI and let them know they know about all this. Come on, like, I mean, like, I don't know why he thinks that this is.
Did you see the car they photoshopped in the Roadhouse footage?
No.
Can you see the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. He's showing the Roadhouse when they leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he's saying, watch this. Watch how this car pops into frame. This silver car. Okay, watch.
It's just showing his ex.
Yeah, watch this part.
We can't see it.
Can't see it.
I was gonna say.
Oh, let me switch screens. Sorry. Okay, so right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you, but just after they arrive, so they just went into the Texas Roadhouse. There's a vehicle that goes by right here.
Oh my gosh!
In the footage again, this is something that was sent to me by the team.
Sonny, can you pause
it is
it right
also
there?
found on TikTok somewhere.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys heard it, because I did actually accidentally overspeak him. What Chris just said is, this is not in the video from Texas Roadhouse, that this can be found on TikTok. Now, if you replay that, and I'm sure she will here in just a second, because the one that did it replayed it several times. The white truck is pulling in and backing up, right? It's getting into the parking spot.
Yeah.
Everybody is still in the vehicle. Then all of a sudden the car pops in frame, the white truck is parked, and people are out of it. Two open doors that I can see, one on the passenger side and then back driver's side. So whoever did it, whether it be mob crew or anybody else, and I'm not accusing mob crew, but mob crew, you showed it, so I have to start there. Literally it popped into frame from nowhere. So he goes on and pay attention to, he's saying that the sunroof is open because of the black line across the top of the car. How stupid do you have to be? That is a freaking sunroof visor for like, come on. Stop spreading misinformation. Good Lord, my 2-year-old could have figured that out.
Well,
and no, I don't have a 2-year-old, thank God.
I mean, I did have to laugh because that really stood out when he said that you're not going to find this in the video. and then, so what? So they magically poofed this car out type of thing, right? So what
you
would be the
literally
reason?
just told on yourself. You're not going to find it in the video, but you can find it on TikTok. But you're not going to find it in the original video.
I'm not going to lie, that did make me laugh, about that part. Now, my question to you, though, now we obviously know that Dog isn't the one that's sitting there doing the editing of these videos that he puts on his website. It's obviously from the team. But why? I mean, they obviously are looking at this video for a reason. And then just recently, you guys know that they put out the one with Sebastian going to the bathroom, which we hadn't seen before, part of it. But there obviously is something that they're really focused on to do with the restaurant, whether it's a vehicle, whether it's, a person, green hoodie, I don't know. But they keep focusing on putting videos out to do with the restaurant. So they obviously
and I
have
don't
some
understand that, Sonny.
Well,
I do not understand that.
The only thing that could make me understand that is because they believe that something transpired there, which was into Sebastian's disappearance. Because I can't see why they'd be beating a dead horse over and over again if there wasn't something that they're trying to show us and keep putting out there. There's obviously something to the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
you remember the Soto case, not Madeline Soto. You remember the other Soto case right before Madeline Soto, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And there was this video that they put out of the truck and Soto's car, right? And all of these YouTube sleuths, me included, right, noticed that somebody in the back seat threw a towel to the front. And that's what ended up bringing the charges and kind of breaking the case, essentially, right? So you mean to tell me, out of all of these people that have sat here and studied this video, the video has been enhanced, that one of us wouldn't have seen if something was off? Like I keep saying, I think it's odd, and I think I even did a video on it while we were all on sabbatical about how, even when Sebastian went to the bathroom, she was still looking around. It just didn't make any sense. For him to say this isn't in the original video, and then like you're saying, they keep focusing on this video. Like, for me, the reason I don't understand it, and maybe tell me your point, because maybe I'm missing it somewhere. Sebastian made it home.
Well,
green hoodie guy was interviewed. Yellow jacket guy was interviewed. He made it home. He made it out of that parking lot. Let's just go that far.
Yeah. Well, again, so first of all, if Dog's website and the At Night team, trust me, why would they show us a video and take out an important piece of it? Like, that doesn't make sense, right? that here, you guys, here's all these videos, but let's pop out this, silver vehicle that's important, but yet we're going to keep putting up, these videos to ask, for people's, I don't know, thoughts, speculation, whatever that they're trying to derive from this. Now, so to answer your question here, I mean, that simply goes back to this is what I just said. That yes, we saw Sebastian get in a vehicle, but does that mean that there wasn't some sort of suspicious activity that happened during that time? And like I said, that green hoodie thing, I get it that they said that they've talked to him and cleared him and shit like that. But by the same token, that is more than strange that happened. I'm sorry. It's more than strange that Katie gives Sebastian this amazing day out, makes some freaking special spaghetti pancakes. And then on top of that, you have this weird ass person fucking standing beside the vehicle for a minute and a half. And you're just like, it doesn't make sense, right? It's just regardless, it just is weird. But to me, there's no way that at night and they're going to put out this video and go, you know what, they'll go, you guys, we're just going to fuck with you and take out this little silver vehicle here. And we're going to ask you guys, like, we're going to project this to the world. If you guys happen to see anything, well, if the silver car had anything to do with it, why would they pull it out? Right. So that's just
exactly. And I guess that's what's bothering me is I don't know who they is, but they is somebody, whoever did it, is manipulating this video to be something it's not. So all you're doing is spreading misinformation, because now instead of people looking at the older original video, right? Yeah. They're looking at the falsified video.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Because they're trying to project that this car is the same car that was at 2:58 in the morning type of thing. And it's just like, right. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, so all of a sudden this car that, you don't see it on the regular video, on the down low, you can find it on TikTok. Here, let me just show you. And it's some probably fucked up person that decided to take that car from the other video, put in a vehicle that was similar, so they could fuck with the video and then put it out there as if, on the down low, that car wasn't there, but it truly was there. But we just hid that all from you. I'm saying that's truly how fucking sick and twisted people will do and go to lengths to do shit like this. So,
that's what I'm saying. Doing shit like that is just misinformation.
Well, that's the thing. Either God gave you a brain cell or he didn't. And that's the bottom line of it. Either he gave you brain cells to use, or you write off people's information without even thinking about it logically yourself. So that's bottom line of it, right? We can't control what other people think or what other people do. We can only control what we think and what we do. So it's one of those things, right? When you think of things logically, and then you can sit there and eliminate and stuff. But like I said, there's a ton of people that will write off of that information because someone whether it's a creator that they trust or not, whatever, they just believe it's factual without even using their brain cells to even inquire more in deeply into it. Right? Because some people just don't even have that capability of thinking on those levels. And then there's other people that do. And that's all I ever try to personally do is just take the information, look at what's trying to bullshit, pull it out of there, stick it to the side. But, once I've determined it myself, and that's the best we can do. So, if someone wants to portray like this is true and this channel says, well, hey, go right ahead. But you know what? At the end of it, for me personally, yes, I just want the truest facts to be out there. But when it comes to it all, do I truly give the biggest shit about that? Like, meaning over myself. I want the knowledge, regardless if it's shared knowledge with you guys or not. I want the knowledge for myself to understand Sebastian Rogers' case so that I could sit there and look at that information for myself. And of course, talking about it with people can very much help you have different thoughts about certain things for sure. But I like to do my own homework for the most part when it comes to stuff and look at stuff that's put out there and then just make hide nor hair of it, right? I mean, obviously you want the truest facts to be out there, but for myself is why I do it first and foremost, because I want to understand. So if I can understand something and then bring it to the public and say, look, okay, this truly is not this or this, does it always mean I'm right? No, absolutely not. But it doesn't matter what side it comes from. I don't care where the information comes from at all. As long as it's information that's of benefit to understanding what happened to Sebastian Rogers. That's the only part that I care about. I don't care about it if you're the biggest douche person ever in this world, but if you got information that can be helpful to at least to either eliminating or including in Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, that's all I care about. And that's exactly
And
the
that's
thing that
where
I
you and I are a lot alike, is we just want the facts. Like, I don't care which side it comes from as long as it's a fact. But I just feel, I guess what irritates me is, not just you, not just me, there's several channels, right? And they just put out the facts. And so for somebody to be told that what you're putting out is false, for you yourself to say, well, like, it's not in the original video, but I want you to listen to me and take it as fact. Like, that just, again, reinforces what just information just really, that is a pet peeve of mine, in case anybody can't figure that out by now. I hate misinformation. I just want facts. And spreading misinformation is not going to help us find Sebastian.
And we'll say loose facts, in a sense, because I mean, we can only believe Katie as far as we can throw her, which probably wouldn't be very far. Okay. So meaning, like, the horse's mouth is always the first and most important thing, in a sense, when it comes to family members, right? Out of the horse's mouth. Ellie, right? Anything to do with Ellie and the family members are the things that you listen to. Whether it's true or not is a different story. But at least those are facts that they've put out there as what they deem as the truth, in a sense. So that's what I'm talking about. Or information like on video camera where you have timestamps that you can show that, hey, this vehicle was here at this point, type of thing. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of different footage out there from the neighbor across the street and different things like that can say, oh, you know what, on my camera, I seen the light turn off in Sebastian's room at 9:08, 11:45, seen the like a shadowy figure go across the room, and then the lights turn out at the Proudfoot home type of thing, right? That's just third-hand information, but yet she would have told it somebody. And then you just put that in your better than gossip type of a file, pile, in a sense. So all I know is that like I said, so if Sweetie Pie Low tells me she has talked to somebody, one of the neighbors that has the camera, and she has spoken to them herself, which she has, okay? Am I going to believe that from Sweetie Pie Low? Absolutely. Why? Because she's not some low-life piece of scum, YouTube creator out there trying to, propel false information. She's very much thinks the same way I do. And I really love her for that. She's just a very, common sense thinker and stuff like that, right? So am I going to deem that as definitely a higher believable? Absolutely. Because I know Sweetie Pie as a person is genuine, and she's genuine to the case, and however people feel about Donna Serafina, go ahead, feel what you want. Again, two people that are covering a case because they care about a case. Donna Serafina, of course, covers different cases as well. And she only knew about the case because of, Sweetie Pie Low and stuff like that. So it's what I call when people genuinely put in the true effort to try to understand where the facts truly lie versus, hello, Tammy, type of thing. That's what I care about. So whether, like I said, whether it's shit like SF here or whatever. But anyways, let me play some more of this. Unless, yeah. Let me play a little bit more of this.
Oh Lord. So let me explain what that is. So what you're looking at there is where that white truck is parked and that silver, whatever it is. That is the hotel that I stay at when I'm there is literally in that parking lot.
Called himself out. He said he literally stays in the hotel. Idiot. But whatever he is. So
This is Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah, I like how
Might
they
need to
said
get
you
a
might want to find a
hotel
new
next time.
hotel.
Thanks, SF.
Well, it's the only hotel.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
I thought that was funny because I was saying it right as she was, but she said you'll have to find a new hotel next time, SF.
I know. He's such a douche, but whatever.
So, but the thing is that what it is it's to go delivery pickup line. It's a row of cars, one after another. That comes by, and what they're doing is the reason like those guys, like in the yellow jacket and stuff, they both turn around at the same time is because people yell out their name. They're like,
okay, so that part I found interesting. Is that okay? So that's something that we didn't know, but so SF says that he stays at the hotel right there, and so from obviously eating there, I'm sure himself, that he knows that they call out your name, so that's why people were turning around. But from a silent video, you wouldn't know that. You're just thinking that they're being suspicious looking. So again, take it with a grain of salt. But that, I mean, I've been to places where it's like that, like especially I think it was Five Buyers, or Five Burgers or something like that, or no, not Five Burgers, but
Five Guys.
No, something burgers. I can't think of it. Anyways, usually when you order something type of thing, it's like Hawaiian hamburger, for Austin party coming, and you're just like whatever, right? But anyways, so meaning that does make sense to me that if this is a place where they yell out your name, because you can tell that they have the outside delivery there thing, and so it's kind of like like say yelling and then people just instantly turn. So that could make sense to me, absolutely, putting some perspective on what we're seeing, right? So if nobody heard
And
this
I agree with that because when I heard him say that, I agree because I've, witnessed them places that do like the curbside pickup, they'll, holler your name. So I get it, I mean, it's a logical explanation for what we were seeing for a video with no audio.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'll play a little bit more, but yeah. So like I said, I'm just going to play what he's saying, and then we're just going to stop and talk about the different things.
hey, Fisher, order for Fisher. They turn around and look like, okay, grab it, and they run it out to the car and they move on. The next one pulls up. That's what you're seeing going on, just out of frame. So that's just a car. Literally, it's a super busy place. I'll tell you, it's like deliver, pickup after pickup.
Well, he says it's not even in the footage that he's showing us the truck, right, with the doors open like this. See, this pickup's getting ready to leave.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden this car pops up and he says, oh, but that's not on the footage. This was sent to me by the team.
Oh, how funny.
So they're taking what you had here, made it a Honda. Okay.
Well,
he's overlaying the Honda.
I think they're using the one
they're going here and putting it in here to make it the same person, like they were being stalked at the Roadhouse by this same person.
It's that
so
black bar.
wild.
The black bar just absolutely freaks them out. That's why I keep using it, to be honest with you. I don't understand. Like, they got so riled up about that, and why? What are you hiding? What I'm hiding is I don't want them hunting down these people. You know what I have.
Okay, I want to stop it there because kind of like Christopher Proudfoot, SF investigates to fuck with people too, right? Again, why? Why during a missing child's case do you people feel the need to do brain fuckery with people? Like I just do it. I just put the black thing in there now because I know it pisses people off. So you know what? Who cares or give 2 fucks about Sebastian Rogers? I'm just gonna fuck with you guys. That's what I mean. Why make a joke out of a case in a sense and do shit like that? I mean, obviously it makes sense to stick a black bar over a car because those tards that are out there, absolutely. No, because the police already have this freaking car and have talked to the person. So at the end of the day, who gives a shit? Really? The black bar, obviously, you don't want these fucktards coming down to the area, stalking, looking for this vehicle. So I respect the black bar, when it's being used, obviously properly, or what the person feels is proper. Because again, I mean, with the whole backyard one, give us an effing break on that one. You're literally putting a black bar over a porch, like seriously, and then you put a black bar over the back of the Proudfoot home, like nobody has ever seen that footage before, ever. But whatever. But it's just a fact that he literally does things just to piss people off, because instead of it being about Sebastian, it becomes about a fucking game, But that was my thoughts on that one.
I agree with you there, but like, I understand putting a black bar over a license plate, because I myself, I have done it. I have taken and looked up license plates before. There is a site that you can go to. It doesn't matter. As long as you know the state and the number, it will tell you who owns it, where they live, what their phone number is. Like, it will give you everything you want to know. So I get it, to keep people from harassing them. But SF doesn't say that's the only reason he does it. He says because he knows it ticks people off and he wants to with people. Yeah. Okay, again, like you just said, why are we making a joke and trying to screw with people when there is a missing child? I get if you would have just said for privacy. I would have totally understood that. But it was when you took it a step further and said it was to mess with people. Tammy says SF is the distractor, in my opinion. I agree. I think Sonny agrees too. He does a lot of stuff for distraction, just saying. And he kind of irritated me. I don't remember if it was before this part that you're playing or after, but he said that he does not work for the Proudfoots.
Oh, yeah.
He works for Sebastian. And that that went through me. And I don't really have an explanation as to why that sentence went through me, except for the fact that if you're truly working for Sebastian, then you wouldn't be doing stuff to screw with people. You wouldn't be putting out false information or making it seem like something is something that it's not.
You know what? For him to be posting in the first place is wrong. That's the part that gets me, is that so he's supposed to be working for Sebastian, right? But we all know where the paycheck's coming from. But bottom line is why the fuck are you putting this out there anyway? Like, for instance, he keeps trying to prove that Mob Crew is full of himself, got the wrong information, blah, 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 right? So what does he do? He keeps coming out with these pictures to go, here. So all day long, he pretty much sits there and watches Mob Crew's lives, obviously, right? Can't seem to stand the dude because he's, basically blowing smoke up everybody's ass with his thoughts about the cars and different things. But what like I said, so what dick size are you probably trying to grow here, SF, by sitting there going, well, here, let me put out the actual picture. So great. You gave us some more information that we didn't have. But in the first place, what the fuck are you doing on social media, even discussing a case that you're working on, really? Like, to put out some information as, news does or journalists do and stuff like that, and updating in a proper, professional manner, okay, right? But to literally sit there and it become this war and this dick size and stuff like that, like, how big's my dick? Oh, well, my dick's a bit bigger because guess what, Mob Crew, guess what, At Night Intelligence, I got this footage here, suck on it type of thing. And it's like, it's turned into like a joke. But for him to even be posting stuff is a joke in the first place. That's what I don't get. Where is your professionalism?
And I don't remember who said it, if it was Seth or if it was Tony or if it was both of them. But, it has been said from Seth or Tony, one or both, that if you're truly working this case, then you wouldn't be talking on social media, period. And that's why the other PIs were basically and essentially fired, because they went on social media,
I
right?
think
Like,
Seth had said something like that.
SF, shut your effing mouth. If you're truly looking for Sebastian, and Sebastian is the one you care about, then get your ass off of these drama channels and help find Sebastian.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's just I find that quite embarrassing. I mean, for the fact of how he speaks to people, honestly, he's just a narcissistic jerk ass, just like Christopher Proudfoot. Regardless, they're two peas in a pod, those two. Honestly, they probably suck each other's dicks for all we know, because that's how much they fucking probably love their own egos. But like these two are two peas in a pod, like seriously. So I can see those two just feeding off of each other, and hence why Christopher Proudfoot probably likes him, and he probably likes Christopher Proudfoot, because they're just of the same mold, these two. But again, I know Seth had said that something about, like that's why these PIs aren't working on the case, because again, it's not freaking rocket science. If you're truly working on a case, why do you need to make it into a public spectacle or arguments and stuff like this? What are you doing? Like, seriously.
And Tammy hit the nail on the head, and you've said it before, that I'm assuming when Tammy says she's talking about SF, is earning the big money by doing this. And, you've said that, and I've said that, and we've talked about that. It is, I think, and in my opinion, and people can come at me if they want, I think this is a money grab for him at this point. I think he may have started off with honest intentions, but at this point, it has turned into a money grab for him.
For him, it's all about putting himself out there, really. To me, it's become about him putting himself out there so that other people that, oh, SF investigates. Yeah, he's the one that works Sebastian Rogers' case. SF investigates. Yeah. To me, it's just becoming a branding thing, really, for himself, more than anything. But honestly, anyone that follows him on Twitter knows what a freaking joke ass he was. Okay. Like I said, he seems to have pulled down his account, whatever, pussy, take down your account, you little wuss ass. Seriously, good. Honestly, you're a freaking piece of shit. And honestly, if you this is what gets me with these people. Like, I'm gonna take down my account because all this stuff is happening now. So I'm just gonna pull down my account. Like, seriously, like, are you two? It's so you can't back up what you say, and you're gonna sit there and be bothered by people's comments because you're thick as in skin or tough, and you're gonna sit there and pull down your Twitter account for what? What reason? There's FS, you freaking vagina, you little pussy. But anyway, that's what that reminds me of. Just seriously, someone with a big mouth, and it's like, and then it's like for whatever self-absorbed reasons he's doing it for. Whether it's because he's put up information and he's trying to hide it from other people, and whatever. It's just a bunch of games. It's a bunch of games. And, like I said, for this to turn into what it has over people trying to find Sebastian, and to have to sit there and literally go through these, again, Bullhorn Betty, right? Christopher Proudfoot Katie. Let me see here. How about you worry about freaking finding Sebastian instead of worrying about taking people to freaking court? Because there's a lot more people that have said a lot more shit besides Bullhorn Betty. But hey, you make your example. But it's like, it's such a joke to me that Sebastian's missing, and yet seriously, they're taking people to court over stupid shit in a sense, right? I mean, there's tons of channels that have said crap things about it, but it's just a joke. It's literally a joke. How many times do you honestly see people while a child is missing? Well, you know what? Let me just take her to court. Let me, instead of looking for the son with, Sebastian. Yeah, let's just take these people to court. Let's just, and the thing is that Christopher Proudfoot, he's the biggest dick that started all this, to be honest with you. Like, honestly, it's his lies and bullshit that he was projecting out there as he's trying to claim, be that talker for Sebastian Rogers' case from Katie not speaking hardly ever. It said he was too busy lying about the polygraph test. He was too busy lying about everything. And even the stupid shit he projects that he can't tell us when he left, and these nominal idiocies, or however you say that word, that he's trying to claim that he can't talk about, and they're things that wouldn't make a fucking difference unless they do make a difference to him, right? To him.
Well, I mean, that's like, he didn't see Sebastian until he come home. Well, according to you, you came home because Sebastian was missing. So how did you see him when you come home? But, before I say the next thing I want to say, Tammy said, everyone knows he has a bad reputation. He's not working for Sebastian by his actions. I have to agree with that. I can't disagree with you on that at all. But a couple months ago, we were on a live and we were talking about this car at 3 a.m. or whatever. And we were throwing around ideas because it had been said it was like Uber, whatever, that type of thing. And we were talking, and you had the idea that maybe it was a newspaper delivery car because when you had delivered papers that, you had to get up early in the morning and all of that. And so somebody in your chat, I don't remember who, or I shout them out, said that the newspaper, the Hendersonville newspaper, was only delivered on Thursdays. So, or whatever it was. So we looked it up, and that's right. It was delivered once a week. It wasn't the day that Sebastian went missing. So I find it funny or odd, I don't know which one, that here in a minute, SF will say that it is a newspaper delivery guy and that it's not the newspaper everybody wants to talk about. But again, why couldn't that have just come out then instead of letting everybody guess, right? I just don't understand it. So Chris Proudfoot wants people to believe he works with law enforcement and he's in the know. Yeah, I know, right? Roll your eyes. I do too. But it gets me like all of these games. And I've said it before, and you've said it before. There shouldn't be any sides. It shouldn't be the Proudfoots against Rogers, or Chris and Katie against Seth, or the green team against the red flag team, as I call them. Like, it doesn't matter. The only goal in all of this is that Sebastian come home. So why play these games, right? For months, they've let it be out there that it's some kind of delivery agents. Why couldn't they just say it's a newspaper delivery driver? We're not going to disclose who and just be done with it. But I will give you props because you called it. It was a newspaper guy.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess we're still would have to believe. I mean, I was just trying to think about Banksmith's dog lover member for 31 months. She's like the longest running member. For me, I was just trying to think about, hey, what vehicles could be out there at this time? Because he referenced especially something similar to Amazon or Uber, like a driver that doesn't live in the area, but frequency area, right? So to me, that you're trying to think about, okay, who could possibly be in the area at that time? Well, I know, like I said, when I was a kid, I had to get up like at 4:30 in the morning, but that didn't mean that the person with the papers, they were up at like 3 o'clock, okay, typically, because they're the ones that would stack the machines and whatever and drop off our papers for us for our route. So they had to be up a lot earlier, of course. So, but anyway, so when SF said that, I'm like, right. And I'm just like, yeah, called it, because there has to be. So this is what I don't understand. Okay. So Mob Crew, like he's basically calling BS that it's not the paper dude, and we've already verified that and stuff like that. Well, I call bullshit on that, too, Mob Crew, for that, because at the end of the day, right, somebody's obviously up there at that time. So if that vehicle continuously shows that it's coming to the area. And now SF did say, and Mob Crew will disagree because he's saying I got footage, right? And he's saying, so SF Investigate said he delivers to 2 homes on Devon. Hence, basically why, basically up, throw the paper, back down again type of thing. And so if this person's frequenting the area and they were there the next day a little bit later and stuff like that, I'm sorry, but this is where common sense still kicks in here, okay? If a vehicle is repeating itself time after time in that same area, you honestly think that someone that freaking took Sebastian is going to go there the next day and the day after and the day after again? Right? You'd have to be a fucking moron to sit there and think that somebody that had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance is just like, well, let me go back again. Well, you know what? Can't quite get enough of the Sebastian taking, thing that I did. Let me just go back again, revisit the area. It's ridiculous. This is where, to me, common sense kicks in. So when SF says that, it's not the delivery person who you think it is. Well, again, obviously there's something probably to that it's not the regular delivery person, but it is a delivery person that delivers maybe something else. Another, I don't know, freaking Tennessee, Hendersonville, freaking paper shit. All I'm going by is what he said. And I'm just like, called it, because that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, who else would be up around that time? And because when he said it, I was like, yeah, like, meaning everything that comes out of SF's mouth isn't a clear-cut lie, He, like, I do believe in his weird, twisted effing way that he's trying to understand the case himself, and he might be a big douche, but I do feel like that he really, like, I feel like when SF digs himself into something, that he really does try to take the bulls by the horn and wants to really, give his all to a case. He's just that he's a narcissistic asshole to go with that. And he likes to fuck with people like Christopher Proudfoot. They take joy in that. My ex-husband took joy in that as well. And so I see 2 different things going on there. Someone who is trying to search for information. I don't feel like SF is like covering up for the Proudfoots. I don't. I think that he's getting paid from them. I think that there's only certain things he's going to say, but he kind of says some detrimental things in a sense that I would think that the Proudfoots would be like, but he doesn't know really how to shut his mouth either, right? SF Investigates. Like, he just literally, it's like loose lips that sink ships in a sense. But I don't feel like he's trying not to help with the Sebastian Rogers case, but I think he's being detrimental to it by the same token.
And he is, because of all the lies. He says one thing, he talks out of both sides of his mouth. He can't keep his story straight. This whole time he's admitted to, or he's saying, oh, I'm in close relation with law enforcement. Well, on Lore Lodge, he admitted he wasn't. So, I mean, so yeah, Karen, you just seen me ass. They say dog breeds are not aggressive, and that's a learned trait. Bullshit. He's a Chihuahua, and he's aggressive as hell.
What are you talking about? Oh, mean ass.
I told you a second ago. I said I'll be right back because I gotta let mean ass out. Come here.
Oh, is that what you said? Okay. Anyway, let me play some more of this.
Aaron said,
Nothing to do with
hopefully
anything.
mean ass is your dog or cat. This is mean ass.
It's a cat, definitely. Unless you're blind, that's a cat.
He thinks.
Yeah. Okay, 1 sec. I'm gonna hit play.
Thing, and that's why, that's why wouldn't show him the footage, because you can't trust him with it, So
Exactly. We got freaking Julie calling, bellowing for the Craddock and bellowing for Carter, because you got people going after SF's license, SF's license, my license.
Yeah, they want to go for my license, but they're because I've got the footage, yet they want the footage. So it's like, well, which is it?
Did this car got a tail light out over there, or is that made up?
What's that?
They're trying to say that car right there that's on the screen, that left tail light is out, but I feel like the
Oh,
tail.
Oh, she was obviously having a stupid moment because even I noticed that. So this goes back to Chris from the mob crew. Okay, there was no burnt out fucking taillight on this vehicle. It's going up with the red taillight. It's going down with the red taillight. So this is how much things can play with people, right? I get it. He's just trying to take things and try to make sense of them. Okay, again, this is no disrespect to Chris from the mob crew type of thing. This is just simply like, okay, if we're gonna put stuff out there, right? Well, I get it. So he was putting it out there. The way it looked is that the one light was brighter. But if there's one thing that we know is that illusions on the eyes are very real, especially when it comes to lighting. Delphi case, especially, illusions are very real. What you see and what's true are two different things. So this car goes up and they show it coming back down. Both taillights are working just fine. But people are now going, well, we need to find that car that doesn't have the working taillight to it, And again, right? Because it's just a bunch of information getting put out there. And then SF, goes, well, hey, let me just show you the freaking vehicle going up and vehicle coming down. And oh, look at that. Both taillights are working. That's what I got to say.
No, I heard him I heard say that too. No, what it is, it's just the sensitivity of the cameras. It's picking up that like when you see it on video, as soon as it passes the Suburban, it's very clear that both taillights aren't. And plus, if you look at the next picture that I attached, that's why I did an uphill.
Well, look how bright the garage is across the street.
Exactly. And then you'll see, if you look at the downhill shot, you'll see the left tail lights clearly on. So.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
job, mob crew.
So,
Maybe they had a tail light. Maybe they replaced it, SF.
Look at mob crew left.
They'll argue they replaced it.
Right.
I'm
and honestly, just for me, I'm not trying to make fun of the guy. If he would have just been professional about it and been like, and message or call me and been like,
okay. That is one of the most laughable statements ever from SF Investigates. If he would have just been professional about it, in what world do you live in, donkey ass? Seriously.
What version of professionalism are we going by? Normal professionalism or his type of professionalism?
Right. Or his standard of professionalism. Because if he would have just asked me also nicely, I probably would have been just so willing to give it to him and stuff like that. But it was SF Investigates that really started poking the bear at, mob crew there. And, basically dissing him on Twitter, basically calling him a freaking idiot, blah, 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 blah. And so then SF says, if he just would have asked me nicely, I probably would have given him the footage. But fuck off, dude. Anyway, so just to make sure you guys, so this date was the 27th, not the 26th, okay? This was SF trying to show like, hey, like this is the vehicle that's going up and down. And it's the same darn vehicle that was there at 255 or whatever, because obviously it was going up Kellen at 258. It was said that it was parked at, now just remember, it wasn't like it went up and down and then turned and stopped on Stafford, okay? Type of thing. It was stopped there, then backed up or whatever, went up the road. It wasn't the opposite way around. But anyway,
explain this to me or that to me. I would have, he's the one that's turned it into this. I'm simply trying to be like, listen, it's gotten to be too much. You know what I mean? He's like these narratives where he says, now he's using neighbors' names and that he's a police officer and this and that. And it's just like, it's crazy.
I have another question. Okay, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but it would maybe help put a lot to rest. You've been working like on this behalf with Chris and Katie. Have they ever said anything to you that made you suspicious of them?
No, I mean, well, that's a tough question because listen, and I truly mean it in every case I'm on. I work for the missing person, right? So until Sebastian's found, Chris and Katie will always be on my suspect list, as will any family member. That includes Seth, includes anybody that's close, or anybody that could have a reason or any access to him. You can't rule anybody out until we find him. Everybody thinks I'm protecting Christy. I listen to everything they say, and I ask them some tough questions. I will say that everything I have asked them for, including a lot of very sensitive data, they've given me right away. There's nothing they haven't given me, but until he's found everybody, I haven't ruled anybody. I honestly do not know what happened to Sebastian. So, I can't rule anybody. I lean towards it still being a voluntary walk away type of situation, and something went wrong, or
Okay, I'm gonna pause it there. Melissa. Okay, so he basically had said there that, of course, when he was asked the question, all of a sudden this big freaking pause happens. Like, you couldn't just say no right away. You go, well, let me explain this. Everyone's a suspect.
Yeah, what's up with the pause?
Well,
that was an awful long pause, and then it was the roundabout answer. It wasn't even yes or no. It was a yes or no question, but it was
See, now, to be honest with you, with that, Melissa, I take him for being truthful there, because when somebody is uncertain how to answer it right away, he basically gave that pause because his answer was, well, no, I don't know that they're innocent or not innocent of Sebastian's disappearance. So to me, he was being truthful there because of the pause, and he couldn't answer it right away. If he truly felt that the Proudfoots had nothing to do with it right away, he simply just would have said, absolutely not, or something like that. But he didn't, because for him, he doesn't know. Did the Proudfoots have something to do with it? Did they not? So I took that as being actually truthful, and that's hence why he paused, because he was being truthful and answering the question. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, yeah, I think he was being truthful. It's just like, for me, it's like, just say, I don't know. I think they are, but they can't be ruled out. It was so, I took his answer as truthful, but it was a very awkward way of answering it to me.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was one of those cringe moments to me where I'm just like, oh, I swear to God, if that person ever worked for me, they'd be fired so fast if that's how they answered. Even though he works for Sebastian. But whatever. Hey, but now in saying that, okay, bottom line there is that SF Investigates saying, look, at the end of the day, this is about Sebastian. I'm just here to find the truth. I don't know if Katie and Chris had any involvement, but they have given me every piece of sensitive information that I have asked for. There's nothing that they have not supplied me with. And it's those damn ass comments that make me go, did Katie and Christopher had anything to do with any Sebastian's disappearance at all? Right? Because depending on how you have to determine how you take SF. If you think that he's just a full-on bullshitter and he's just like feeding words, or if he's truly, might be a big douchebag, but still is invested in finding the answers for Sebastian's case. And he's saying, and kind of like what the police have said, is that they've been fully cooperative. Everything that they've asked for, basically, they have given us. And that's what SF is saying too. Like, they've given us every bit of information, or me every bit of information that they can, So there's where I always, in my head, go, oh, for fuck's sakes, no, quit putting doubt in my head. And it's not because I don't want that they're not to be doubt, because honestly, I honestly don't know. I mean, I know what we see. I know what things don't make sense. I know when red flags come to me that I should always make sure that I pay attention to those. But there's always that piece of me that always tries to believe that that they didn't have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. I'm just finding it hard to keep feeling that way as time has gone on. But, by all intents purposes, just like at Kagan Klein in the Delphi case, what you think was a certain thing ended up not being, as far as we know. And this could be one of those things where everything might seem and point to them, and they could literally have nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance. But to most people, it will seem very unlikely because of what's been projected and said. So when he's talking about this, Melissa, how did you feel about what he's saying? About I've gathered, been given all the data, the sensitive data. I don't know. Just curious.
I'm kind of like you. It really makes, I think he was being truthful in that answer, but at the same time, I can't get over in my head that Katie was the last one to see him. So it's like when he says they've turned over all the information and they've turned over all this sensitive data, I'm like, but have they? Because we still don't know where Sebastian is.
Right.
So I don't know. I go back and forth, but at the end of the day, I do feel like he was truthful in his answer. I just feel like he went about it in a really awkward and weird way. But it seems like Tammy has a different opinion. She said SF is covering his butt because he suspects Katie Proudfoot, but they keep his bread buttered and also protect the PI business too at the same time. Double-edged sword. And that may be it too. I just really don't know, but I want to believe him, even though it was an awkward way to answer it, that he feels that they didn't. But at the same time, he also says, but they are still suspects in his mind.
Right. And then he says a little
Sebastian.
more. Yeah. Because he does say a little bit more to that. My discontent for KP knows. Absolutely. The first interview. That was definitely Christopher Proudfoot for sure. And it started off as, okay. It still always bugged me when Katie said, when the Duchess said to Katie, like, so you fell asleep at 10 o'clock and and she never corrected Duchess. She never said anything like, no, me and Christopher were on the phone. It ended up being Christopher that interjected there and said it. But that really bugged me because obviously if someone's talking to me and says that I fell asleep at 10 o'clock and I know that not to be true, but I didn't even correct the person that's saying this, she just agreed. Katie ended up just agreeing. And I'm like, wait. And then Chris interjects and says, well, just to be transparent here, me and Katie were talking on the phone from 9:33 or 9:46 and, till about close to 12 o'clock type of thing, just to be transparent. So it was stuff like that, like meaning, so Katie, did you truly fall asleep at 10 o'clock? Is a whole Proudfoot storyline and bullshit? Does the LE have something that they have, but they can't do anything about it because there's not enough to take it to a criminal case and stuff like that? Absolutely could be true. We don't know. We do not know. But it's those type of comments and the different things that Christopher Proudfoot has said that, again, we don't know. We just don't know. Right? But to think that Sebastian, okay, so another thing he said there was, I'm still kind of under the belief that Sebastian just wandered off, left the home himself, without anything, right? Like, this is crazy. It's honestly, it could happen, but it's almost lunacy to think that an autistic child that has a routine decides that he's going to leave his home without shoes on, regardless of socks or not. He's not going to take his everything that's special to him, and he's just going to leave the house. He's going to have avoided all the cameras, everything along the way, and that he just suddenly just all disappeared, all on his own, that he managed, that all of this became true, right? Just like by the same opposite part of this, it's easy to believe that Katie gave Sebastian an amazing day. Some awkwardness happened at the Texas Roadhouse. Seth is saying American Justice is at Bloomington.
Okay, so Seth, I just sent you a reply to your text. So since he put it in here, there is a post floating around.
Do you want me to put it up now? I can put it up.
No, I do not want you to put it up.
Okay.
Um,
No, the actual
if you guys
factual
want
one.
yeah, you can put it up. You can put the
The
factual
blue.
post up. So there is a post going around that basically says that Sebastian was found, and Sebastian has not been found to my knowledge. They are taking something that happened in 2024 and bringing it up now and making posts on Facebook that is not factual. So this is, Seth, this is what I told you that I found in the comments. The remains that were found are believed to be 100 years old. This was found at St. Jude's. However, there are people on Facebook, so you guys may see this later on being pushed that Sebastian might be found. This is not true. So, but the original post explicitly mentions that it could be Sebastian, and that could not be further from the truth. So I just want to get that out there. So Seth, this is the post that I just sent you that I know that was in the comments because I had screenshotted the post and I had sent it to Seth. And as you can see, he just said, I dealt with that then, but they are not Sebastian. So if you guys see this floating around by any other creators, please correct them, because this is the type of thing that we were talking about earlier, misinformation getting out there. Right. And that does nothing to help find Sebastian. And you know somebody is going to take that post and run with it without confirming the information.
Absolutely. But anyways, so thanks for clearing that up, Seth, and this post here. And I just love that picture of Sebastian and Seth. You know, it's just such a good picture, such an awesome picture.
Isn't it so cute? He's just like, hey, daddy.
I know. Looks like, I know.
You can tell he was a daddy's boy. Yeah. In all of the pictures of him and Seth, or Seth and Sebastian, you can tell that he is a daddy's boy.
Well, bottom line is, you can tell when people that like myself that are very much aware of people's auras and emotions. Like I said, I mean, for me, it just hits me, so easy. Because again, just always from when I was younger, being very intuitive in a sense, but not realizing it back then. It took me till I was an adult. I just kept thinking I was really good at predicting things in a sense, and knowing people's kind of like moods and stuff around me. And I'd be like even as a child, you'd be like, oh, you're grumpy grandma, aren't you? Type of thing. And, you kind of I would avoid people like that, right? I only want to be around the people that kind of ooze sunshine out of their ass. But anyways, you can always tell genuineness and transparency when somebody is being genuine. And yeah, so when Seth talks, or whether you look at the pictures and stuff like that, and you guys, I don't ass kiss anyone. I don't give a shit if Seth's in this thing or not. This is just straight up facts, the way we tell it like it is type of thing. But I can absolutely appreciate when I feel like someone is being wholeheartedly genuine, because they ooze it, they seep it. When you see the pictures, you can totally see how much he loves his son, how much he cares about his child, and again, the projection is there. It's not hard to see that. And again, some people, need to smack their heads into a wall before lightning, or something happens in their brain cells. But that's the part that I have a hard time with, is because yes, everyone has a difference of opinions. But to me, it's like, how can you not blatantly see that Seth is never claiming to be the most perfect father or person in the world. Like none of us, okay? Like none of us. And yet it's one of those things, like I said, it's just, you can just see it, feel it, it oozes from him. And the fact that he keeps the focus on his son, right? Huge difference. And how people do not see this. To me, that's what I get, like in my head, I'm frustrated with those type of people because I'm like, how can you not see shit versus genuine when you're talking about somebody that's manipulative and trying to manipulate and make a joke out of this case, meaning Christopher Proudfoot and Katie for that matter, and like I said, I'm not talking about in the part of the disappearance. I'm just talking about as a person, as people, what typically really loving, caring people truly do. Okay. If you truly are not invested in your child, you act like someone like Katie Proudfoot to me. Okay. If you're truly not invested like you think you are, because some people think that they're the best parents in the world and truly you suck ass. Me, I know I'm a great parent. Even if my kid's not talking to me and it's been rough since the divorce, I know exactly the person I was and how I raised him and what I raised him to do and be kind and be caring and stuff like that. I'm good with that because I know that all my life, including up to this moment, I do things like doing true crime. Didn't plan on being into it. Questioned it all the time. It wasn't a plan. But I know that there's this benefit to people out there that we can help spread the word, keep their stories alive. And that's one of those things that you can't put a dollar figure on when people out there, because you would want the same thing done to you if this was your child and you were begging and wanted people to help you keep the story alive and stuff like that. So I can't say that shit enough when it comes to genuine, sincere, realistic, real versus fake, baloney, narcissistic, tries to manipulate, play games about a case. And how people can sit there and not see that as clear as day. Again, it blows me away, but that's life, right? You can't sit there. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it, but at the end of the day, we can sit here and we can focus on Sebastian Rogers. We can look at the things that are being said, things that are coming out, right? Without it being the drama crap and all that stuff. But we can talk about, like I said, okay, so SF shows pictures, whatever hell he's doing, posting all these pictures. Okay, whatever, right? Again, he's just looking for attention for himself. But I do still feel like he cares about the case in itself for sure. He's just got a really shitty way of trying to project that. And he's a human piece of shit to me personally for his personality. And some wife might marry him someday, type of thing, and be just as narcissistic as he is and fall in love with him and stuff like that. Again, everyone has to lead their own life and follow their heart and their soul and stick to true to who they are and stuff like that. And karma's a bitch when it comes around and goes around. And I just want, like anyone, answers for what happened to Sebastian Rogers. There's truth out there. Why is it so hard to find the truth for what happened to Sebastian Rogers, especially in this day and age of technology? What is it that we're not seeing, that we're missing? Because Sebastian Rogers definitely disappeared between a certain time frame on the 25th and a certain time frame on the 26th. Why do we not have any answers? Right? And this is where I go to, Melissa, same thing. If this is your child, can you imagine? Oh, hi, Alexa. Can you imagine what Seth must be going through himself? Not having any
I
freaking
can.
idea. Right? Yes, you can. You can relate. Definitely. And yes, the connection is happening.
I
Hi, Alexa,
can.
welcome back.
And what gets me is not only can you tell the love that Seth has for his child, not only in pictures can you feel it, but you can tell it by his actions. And I'm not saying that Seth is perfect and never has done any wrong or any of that. But when I compare how one set of people is acting compared to another set of people, and I have to say, I believe this person over this person. Seth backs up his words with action, right? Seth was out there and is out there looking for his son. And I don't see that from other people. And, you know, all I can say is if you are the one that took Sebastian or hurt Sebastian, it's time. You need the truth will set you free. And, you know, Seth says it here, what's done in the dark will be brought to light. And, you know, my heart goes out to Seth because I can understand what he's going through.
You can. Absolutely. Do you know? These, you know, this case in particular, no different than Delphi, but it just burns my ass. It burns my ass that there's just no answers, that Seth is still suffering. He has no idea. Is Sebastian alive? Is he not alive? You know, keeping the faith that he is still out there. I mean, we all know, we're not stupid, that the chances don't look good, but it's possible. It still is possible that Sebastian is somewhere. So we have to keep the faith and hope that. But regardless, it's just the answers. Something happened to Sebastian. What the hell is it? You know, for all these people that are trying to cause distress and problems with Sebastian Rogers' case, you know, honestly, you guys just need to stop, grow the fuck up, and sit there and make it about Sebastian and not all this bullshit drama that keeps happening and stuff. If you really truly care about Sebastian's case, you guys will just knock it off and focus on the truth and the facts, or the facts as best as we know about Sebastian. Quit showing other content creators all the time like it's your daily long freaking purpose of this earth. If you truly care about cases, if you truly care about them, you would act your fucking age. You would act appropriately towards the cases and have some decency and respect towards these cases, instead of making such a mockery. And quit bringing up, like, I don't even know who this Brittany J is, but like, knock it off. Like I said, the only people that care about that crap is like, why do they care so much what Brittany J is putting out there? Stay in your own fucking lane type of thing. Like I said, I know the shit channels exist. They're going to do what they're going to do anyway. Does it hurt my heart? Absolutely. Is it going to make an impact on anybody? Absolutely not. Right? I can only focus on what we do here and stuff like that. But to watch this case turn into a fucking joke, you know, and people make such a mockery of it instead of literally making it truly. Okay? The people that truly care about the case, money has no value about it. The only thing they want to do is bring, oh, hello. Look at Mr. E's and okay, Mr. E. How you doing? I know you love me. Right, your wife.
You know, Mr. E said something a little bit further up. Seth has only asked us for one thing, to find his son, and that is so true. Seth, I will probably have to watch your live on replay, as I will be live tomorrow at 8, but I will try to be there for a little bit of it at the beginning, and then I'll have to catch most of it on replay. So Tammy says, I pray for peace with these people's hearts to stop all the hate.
Yeah. But hold on. Yes.
And
one sec, Melissa. Yes. Tomorrow night, Melissa's going to have on Kei'Mani's aunt and Kei'Mani, her Kei'Mani Latigue. She's the one that recently her body was found, of course, and her dad was arrested, and et cetera, et cetera. So trust me, we would be there. But unfortunately, the live that she had scheduled was already pre-done. And then all of a sudden, even myself, I happened to see that Seth was doing a live, and it said, I thought it was going to be tonight. And then it said like 27 hours at the time that I was looking. So in saying that, yeah, I'm going to have to, sadly watch that one on replay, but you know, bless, I'll be looking forward to watching it. And Mr. E, thanks for coming on in. Same with Seth. Go on, Melissa. Sorry, but I just wanted you to know that if it wasn't for this very important case and the Auntie coming on to speak and stuff, we would totally be there watching. But anyways.
Yeah, if it wasn't for already having somebody scheduled to be on it, I would definitely
yeah,
be like, hey, sorry, I gotta cancel this one. We're gonna go over, because I love watching Seth's live. But Seth, you need to give me a heads up if I need to have tissues ready this time, because I sat there and bawled like a little baby on the 1 year mark. I'm telling you, you got me to my core on that one. Yes, it was such a horrible outcome for Kei'Mani. I rarely get a chance to catch you live. Happy to be here. So, back to what I was saying. Seth has only ever asked us, help me find my child. And I don't know that I've ever heard the Proudfoots say, help us find Sebastian. I've heard them say, keep his name out there a time or two. I've heard them say that they're doing things behind the scenes. But again, it comes back to Seth. You can feel it when he talks. You can feel the loves there. You can see it in pictures. And he's only ever asked us one thing, like Crimecast said, and that was to find his son. And all of these drama channels are not helping find Sebastian, when all you can do is play somebody else's live stream and comment on it from the night before, and they go back and forth every day. And then you want to throw Sebastian's name or say it in the midst of a missing child. Stop. Because if you really cared about this missing child, you'd stop with the bullshit and keep his name out there. And keep his face out there. And keep everybody looking. Because this little boy is who matters. This little boy, there shouldn't be sides. It should be find Sebastian. That should be the only side there is. If you want to be a drama channel and go over somebody's life, fine. Have at it. I don't care. But keep Sebastian out of it. Don't say you're doing it in his name.
If
That's
it's truly
where I
from
have
the
an
bottom
issue.
of your heart, so that's for me, right? If you're gonna do something, and this is, like I said, not everyone is gonna be a me or a you or an Alexa or a Charmaine or a Sharon or Miss Dolan. Like there's people out there that just literally, again, they're selfish thinkers. They care more about certain things, right? But for me personally, again, it's always about being true to yourself. And if this channel always suffers and never gets the clicks and views it ever deserves, type of thing, I just let nature take its course. I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to try to put out false thumbnails. I'm not going to try to lure people in. They're going to come in because they see this thing, but it's going to be staying always true to my heart. Now, again, for me, people are going to do whatever they want. That's life. Sometimes it really can suck sometimes, but absolutely it will always be genuineness. I'll never change who I am for anybody. And I just wish that people in life, in this world, would be a lot less unselfish and kinder. And instead of always trying to tear people down all the time, it's so much nicer when people actually bring people up. It's a much more beautiful thing to do. And it's a much more, again, make it a better world in a sense, right? So I just find it hard on my heart, being a deep empath that I am, to sit there and watch people do things without genuineness behind who they are. I really cannot stand these people out there that are freaking abusing, meaning it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say. But I personally can't stand these people that you can smell their shit a mile away. They're freaking convicts. They're all these things that are basically playing on people because they know how to use them that way, playing on cases and stuff. It's not going to change. It's not going to change. So I can only stay true to who I am as a person, and you yourself as well, right? But genuineness and loyalty and all that stuff means a ton to me personally. So I don't give a shit who you are. But if you come into this channel and you ever try to cause drama and bullshit and stuff like that, your ass will be so far out the door as far as you can go. Because we're here just to talk about cases of missing people. That's what's important. Not somebody's bullshit opinion that they think that, oh, well, you're not putting up my comment because, you know, you're just thinking you did. Well, go get your own damn channel if that's the case then, you know, and say whatever you want, do whatever you want. But I just appreciate, that's why I like, sorry, I'm going to go a little further. That's why I like Mr. E. So I don't get to catch him often either. And I've only done 2 lives this month on there because I just like down to earth, grain of the salt people, right? That are just down to earth. You watch them, you know, Mrs. E, Auntie E, you know, Mr. E, and they're just having decent conversations. It's not this conflict channel. You're just listening to them, nice family, and they're just providing some information. Yeah. And you just, so those I can relate to, just wholesome channels. And sadly, unfortunately, I do have to look at some of those drama channels sometimes because of people like SF Investigates that might offer up something that might be of value to Sebastian Rogers' case. And let's see here. Anyways, you take
Well,
over
I
now.
did most of the hard work. I went ahead and listened to the whole thing and took notes on it for you. So at least you didn't have to listen to the whole thing. So
Yeah, and
I've dropped it a couple times tonight.
the docs.
I just want to let everybody know this is the Google document that I've created with the Sebastian case. It has timestamps, clickable links, photos, whatever you need. Pretty much is in here.
Hold on. Mr. E didn't have to do that. Well, see, that's not fair.
$19.99. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you for keeping it about Sebastian. Green heart emoji.
I see. Thank you so much, Mr. E. Now, so that makes me now, because I had donated a few times on his channel last time I was in it. Well, no, sorry, Mr. E, I'm not going to lie. After Delphi case, I can't stand listening to documents being read. Not going to lie. I listened to about 10 minutes of it. It's just not my cup of tea. Trust me. There's one thing I can't stand after Delphi. It's all the documents. So I know that he was reading documents. So the time before that, I had donated. So it's almost like now I guess we're back at square zero. But anyways, appreciate that.
Sonny, don't forget to drop your 5 memberships.
Oh, right. Actually, let me quickly do that. Because I did pull it up. I've only been live 2 times this month. This is my 2nd time. Not because I don't miss people or whatever. Sometimes I have to reset myself. So I'm just gonna do that quickly. And because it's almost at the end of the month and YouTube gives us like 10 memberships to give away. So Allison, Mrs. Kim, Shooty Pie, Michelle Weddle, and Michelle. Well, look at all these Michelles. Donardo. And then Charmaine. Hello, my love. Hi, Charmaine. I'm cheating on you with Melissa. You know that, right? Alexa, don't even look. But so congratulations to those people that got those memberships. I'm not sure if the music's going to play or not. It's the Rickroll music. There it goes. Let you down. Okay, you guys know I desert you guys all in a second. Okay, just like Rick Astley says right there. Anyways, Melissa, can you take over for a minute anyways? And yeah. Go ahead and take over for me because it's just going to go off another 4 times. Do you want to hear it one more time, Charmaine? You want to hear it? Charmaine loves Rickroll too. It's going to go off again. It goes. I desert you in a second, just like I said. I'll be right back.
She would desert us, and we all know it. See, she just deserted us.
In a second. Oops, in a New York minute, I certainly would. Just say that to Alexa, right? Alexa, in a New York minute, desert your asses. You guys know it. Okay, one more time. Okay, go ahead. There's 2 more to go off, so I'll be back in a minute.
I can't say as I've watched Mr. E and Mrs. E very often. I have a couple times, but I can't say as I have. But anyway, I don't know what to talk about. So, because all of you guys know, I mean, maybe Mr. E doesn't know about the document, but I'm pretty sure everybody else does. Tammy, I don't know if you're still in here.
But
Either way, it was
everybody's
dropped. You guys can check it out. You want to play this out
Well, it's
a
gonna go
little
off
bit
on like
while
that.
you're gone?
I don't want to play it fully out because there's going to be things that he says, but I'll play it. Yeah. But anyways, so again, congratulations to the people that got those memberships on whatever. Not like it means a whole lot. You go stream loves. Okay. And again,
So,
thank you.
Tammy, you're here. Like I said earlier, that's just a document that you can click on, and
Yeah,
if you
the
want to
Google
find
Doc.
something about the Sebastian case, it's a lot of it is in there. I'm not gonna say everything is in there, but there is a lot in there, including this
Yep, sorry.
where SF was on this. So
Melissa spent a ton of time, a shitload of time. Let me just be clear. Shitload of time. She put this document together. It has all the interviews in it, the news interviews, stuff like that. There's a ton pack of information. Again, for anyone that's interested, that wants to make it a little easier to find things. Well, you just got to go to that document right there, the Google document that she did. Let me put it this way. There's a hell of a lot of time because I know how even a small 5-minute video can literally take hours. She literally was up, I don't even know how many hours a day working on that document. And I think you said you just recently updated something in it. What was it that you just recently updated?
I think the most recent update was this where SF was talking. I think is the most recent update.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, just a ton of work has gone into it. And yeah. Well, I didn't really know of them either until I think, like, honestly, like I hadn't, like, it was only a few months ago, to be honest with you. That I think I was watching like the lab or something, and and then sometimes they just pop up in your feed like the ghost that's in your computer and stuff like that. And so then I had watched some a few times. Like I said, I get it as a creator, especially if we try to do a lot of digging in our own work and work gets in the way or whatever, right? You can only give so much time to other people's lives and stuff like that. But just very nice people, But I remember he put something there, and this is when I didn't realize that he had been following the case, and I was like, well, if you ever need any information, reach out to me, type of thing or whatever. And then I think that's after that I realized, I was like, oh, probably has more information than I do. but anyway, so yeah. And then when I was in the live this one time, his wife's like, something like, hey, it's a crime and shame or something like that. And then she was like, she nudged him and was like, like, oh yeah, you like her, you watch her, or something like that. I think the word love was used. Could be wrong. Could be totally wrong on that, Missy. But I felt like you said something like that. But anyways, very good people is all I can say. Very good people. Love genuineness. And yeah, that
Thank you,
document.
Mr. E.
Lots of time went into that, absolutely, because again,
And please share it.
Okay. And absolutely, right? Like I said, it's a wonderful document. Nobody has even done that in-depth type of putting time into something. Like, it's crazy how many hours went into that work that Melissa did. And that was honestly from her not really knowing exactly how to do these things either. When somebody like myself too, like, you gotta, I had to teach myself at the start how to do videos and stuff like that. Well, same thing with this here is that Melissa was, starting off, didn't really know about, say, Google Docs or this different stuff, per se. And then it turned into this huge thing. And she probably took my bet or challenge there when I said, basically, like, yeah, after a couple of days, trust me, this case, you're gonna like if you're just starting now with all this stuff, you got all that stuff to go back to listen to. And she did. And she did. And she just kept adding to it and adding to it. And anyways, it is a great piece of work. I call it the Holy Grail personally.
I'm so glad I switched to Google Docs instead of the way I was doing it.
Right.
Because at least with the Google Docs, you've got the clickable links.
Yeah.
But I only had like a third of this information. And I was already at like 67 pages the way I was originally doing it. And I was like, there's got to be a better way. And then I learned about Google Docs and I'm like, yep, that's the way I need to go. And so if people send me stuff they want me to add to it, hey, I will. But I just, I thought it was funny because you're like, after a couple days, you don't know what you're getting yourself into, and it's like, bet I'm gonna do it.
Hey, I think is this Mrs. Z? Is it Mrs. Z that's here? Because it says Mr. E has to be reminded who is here. I get it. It's called age, called freaking sticky notes and amnesia. I'm good with faces, not so much names all the time on there. He doesn't remember names. That's just an old age thing. Yeah, go on. Okay, let me play some of this more out, okay, on there. And again, anyone that hasn't hit we just popped off for a second there. You see that? Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. You like froze.
Yeah, it just popped off for a second. Anyways, I'm just going to play this out a little bit more for what he says here. Okay. Anyways, thank you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I feel like a celebrity now, having all these, Seth in here and Mr. E's Crimecast and on there. Yeah, I feel a little special right now. Okay, only 21 viewers in here, but 3 of them are from Twitter. He's not good with either. Okay, so let me play this. Okay, guys, thank you again.
Everybody's a suspect still. Just because they signed the paperwork on behalf of Sebastian does not mean that I don't look into them. In fact, I've looked deeper into them than anybody because I have the most access to them.
Yeah, that's why I asked that. Because I figured that you would be upfront. Like if they gave you everything and they've not held back, it does make them a little. It makes them less suspicious, in my opinion.
And listen, I've talked to law. I've sent reports and things to law enforcement that include lots of different people, including them, like things I think should be looked at or things I've looked at and see if they'll give me any input if they agree or not. And I have very little communication with them, just to be honest, but nobody is off the table. If I found any proof that one of them had done something.
Do you think by very little communication meant you got shit communication with them, like zero communication with them, that they probably tell you to stop spamming their email box about shit that they already have? Do you think that's what he meant by that when he said that? That he has very little?
I'm not sure you messaging law enforcement is considered communication because communication is a two-way street. But you word it how you want to word it there, SF.
Well, because there's a point in this during this where he goes, and then he stopped himself. And so I think he likes to make himself feel more special than what he actually is. Mr. E's Crimecast says, thank you, American Justice. That is very generous of you. It's so nice to have all this info in one place. Yeah, well, I was going to say, she's done an excellent job on this, and a lot of work went into it. And I think it's a very special piece for sure. It saves people a lot of time because, like some of the interviews have been taken down, like some of the ones on Terry Lynn's I know have been taken down that she used to have up. But some of the other YouTubers did capture, portions of different ones and stuff like that. But anyways, go ahead and say.
And for me, Sunny, like, we talk about so often we try to keep it factual, and that's where this document kind of, I started off with a timeline, but generally when I do a timeline, it usually evolves into something like this. But I wanted the information, and you will see in the document who says what, and it's either coming from law enforcement, the Proudfoots, the BIs, or Seth himself. And I keep it as factual as I could. I kept my personal feelings out of it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't made for me to use solo. It wasn't made for Sunny to use solo, although Sunny dropped it first because that was the agreement we had. And that was from my point. I told her, you will be the first one to have it. You will be the first one to drop it. And then after that, whoever wants to use it can. And again, it just gets the facts out there.
Yep. And that's what's most important, is that people use that information. And then, again, whether it's listening to Christopher Proudfoot, lie, manipulate, say what he believes is his truth and crap like that, whether it's on the web sleuths or, Elevated Truth or Duchess 2 or whoever, it doesn't matter. Bottom line is it's their words. And if their words come bite them in the ass, so be it, right? At the end of the day, again, we just want to know what happened to Sebastian. And to answer quickly Alexa's question, so the last 2 interviews was on WSMV 4 whatever, but the one before that was on like Foxville 14 or whatever it was, where that was just Katie. And you don't get me wrong, again, like, you guys know that that's planned, how they did it, and why do you have to have a lawyer at your freaking interview too? But meaning, you guys know, like, this is so true, and I agree with this, that the Proudfoot's direction always go to what they believe that the public is kind of saying, right? So when the public says, shut the fuck up, Christopher Proudfoot, we want to hear from Katie, next thing you know, look, there's Katie doing a solo interview by herself type of thing, right? And so you know that that's exactly how it's being played. What pissed me off personally is that I don't give a shit about the tears coming out of her eyes and stuff like that. I still think that she's a piece of shit mother, that anyone that's looking for their child would be just bellowing, not bellowing, freaking like roaring from the rooftops about their child, and using the news source out there that they should have from the start, to project, to say that their child is missing. How you sit there and just go, well, you know what? I'm just going to let the LE do their thing over there. And I'm just going to, no, you fight. You do not give a shit at all. You fight for your child. But she wasn't even holding a picture at all of her own son, nor the fact that he likes green and whatever, but whatever. But she's always having pictures in her interviews. And yet you thought for sure, instead of her looking like, and Christopher Proudfoot, well, whatever. But anyways, but you would have thought that she would have been holding a picture of her own child, the child that was going to be 16, instead of, when you cut yourself off there, that child, but I was just blown away that, let me put it this way, whoever thinks that they are suspicious regardless, again, you'd have to be a moron if as 1 year anniversary comes and you don't do anything at all. I mean, you're just going to make.
I don't remember them doing anything for his birthday either. If they have, I haven't seen it or found it.
I'm sure Christopher Proudfoot would say that they were doing something behind the scenes that none of us could see, and because it's so special to them only, and stuff like that. But whatever, right? But at the end of the day, right, it just becomes about the last 2 interviews that they did do was on the 1 year anniversary area there, like virtually within the next day after. One was on the day of, one was on the day after, whatever. But how the hell was she not holding a picture of her own child during that interview? And there's Christopher Proudfoot. He's just going like, you guys, you just don't know how badly this has been weighing on us for over a year now. Like, as if he suddenly found these emotions, that he lacks typically, and he tries to project. The one thing that always stood out to me with Christopher Proudfoot was from the WSMV4 video, was when he, like, what made me want to upchuck, to be honest with you, was besides him taking control on the Duchess interview, the first one, besides that part, and then how Katie whittled behind him there, was when he said that, when Sebastian comes through that door, the whole neighborhood's just gonna celebrate, and it's just gonna be like a freaking kumbaya, basically. And I was like, dude, you are so full of shit. You do not care about this kid like you're pretending you do. Bullshit. I call it when I see it. And he totally made me want to upchuck when he said that, because this is what I call someone trying to draw those emotions, but they're not real. So they don't come across as real, but he's trying to project it to us that these are like, yeah, you just hardly wait till it comes back, and it's just stuff like that really bugs me with Christopher Proudfoot. I know genuineness when I see it, and that was him talking about Sebastian. And even on that interview that he did, where he instantly kind of looks at Katie like, like, you're going to talk first, and da-da. And then when he starts projecting like he's this, got this sensitivity, and then he's wearing Pig Fest, right? Pig Fest. Again, you want to talk about game players, people that those narcissists that try to manipulate you. Pig Fest was meant there for a reason. He wore that shirt for a reason. It's no different than SF talking about, I put the black line across the things now because I know it pisses the people that are looking for Sebastian off. The people that are stuff like that. And then calling into shows, pretending you're a different voice, pretending you're whatever it was again, and stuff like that. Again, lying about the polygraph test, clear as day, lying about stuff like he can't talk about when he left and stuff like that. Again, why? If you have nothing to do with it, why is there any need to lie or make a joke out of this case? Why? Right? It puts a target on.
Not only were they not showing pictures, though, Sonny, during that 1 year anniversary news interview, they weren't even wearing his color. Like, they weren't doing anything. They didn't have a picture. They didn't wear his color. They barely could say his name. It just made no sense. Like, they could have, there was an open spot. They could have easily put his picture, and they didn't.
Yeah. Alexa had said this to me too, and I'll repeat it again. KP keeps looking to the right. Well, so for anyone that doesn't know who Alexa is, she was a criminal profiler, body language expert, pathologist. So she had spent 16 years doing that. And so that's who Alexa is. And so she had said to me when I asked her about this case, and Alexa, you guys know, has been on here many times. KP keeps looking to the right while recalling memories. When we recall memories, to our eyes to the left, as we are accessing that part of our brain. And and that our eyes should go left. And we all know that Katie frickin', she couldn't look somebody. It's so funny, right? Because I really feel like Katie is the biggest manipulator when it comes to personalities. I think that lady Yaya, a relative of Katie's that spoke, gave us a true interpretation of Katie, and what Seth has given us of Katie. I think that's a truer representation of Katie's personality, and that she's not this little meek meerkat that is just like, I don't mind Christopher Proudfoot speaking for me. I'm just a weak little wuss over here. I can't speak for myself. And shut up, okay? Like, seriously, shut up, Katie, on this one, because she's not this little meek little person. And so she cannot never look somebody directly in the mouth. Now, like, for me personally, I learned a long time ago to look people in the eye, myself when I'm talking to them. And now, not everyone can do that. I get it. But Katie doesn't strike me as this little meek little cat. And yet she's always looking everywhere. And every now and again, she'll glance up, just to make the eye contact. And then people will ask her what she's doing. And she's like, I'm just touching Sebastian's pictures here. I'm just, my child that's missing, and oh yeah, this is the poster behind us that we made, Yeah, yeah. Besides handing flyers out all the time, like we're working our asses off out here. Don't you worry about that because we're doing that all behind the scenes. And as we rip our picture of Sebastian off of our vehicle, and as I go away to fucking Yosemite Sam or whatever, and stuff like that. But don't worry, because Sebastian he could be anywhere, people. He could just be anywhere. Oh, so Christopher Proudfoot, why are you up there? Oh, well, are you working? No, that's still in talks, whatever. Then during Nancy Grace's interview, well, so then why did you leave? For work, meaning, right? Or because I'm working. And I was like, wait a second, but you just literally said whatever, and then Katie's just like, because he could just be everywhere and anywhere. Did I shut up? Shut the
You
front
know
door.
what, though, Sonny? I still wish Nancy Grace would have caught where she said, "We are lying," and said, "Excuse me, Mrs. Proudfoot, what are you lying about?"
Mhm.
I think that was like 2637 or something like that in that interview,
Right.
She straight
Yeah.
up said they were lying. I wish we could know exactly what the next words were because I couldn't make them
Oh,
out.
right. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. Mr. East Crime Cast. Sebastian is the reason we started our channel. Our son has autism and is terrified that a child could go missing down the road from us. Absolutely. Because you guys are, like I said, it's your community over there. I personally have no clue about autism besides reading it. Obviously, people like Melissa, Mr. East Crimecaster, have obviously knowledge about this. So for them to say, for anyone to have a child that's autistic and then to hear this information coming out, they know if something's off. They know when something's not right. If a child has a routine and everything that has been projected about Sebastian Rogers is everything they're saying that he did, basically, right? From having a routine basically to, leaving without shoes on, just scuttering out during the middle of the night, that he's not an eloper. So everything that Sebastian Rogers typically didn't do, suddenly this particular night, he just does all of that. Right? Like, so people that have autistic
Right after
children,
his yes day.
right. Like I said, people that have autistic children, they have a definitely an enhanced awareness of what would seem more truthful or not when it comes to an autistic child and how they typically do things. And I know Christopher Crab was the first one to say that two people are alike and da. But it's kind of like
All
anybody.
autistic kids that I have ever met or dealt with, my son included, they are notorious for routine. If it goes outside of their routine, they don't deal with it well. Between my son and my nephew, my son is autistic, but he can function. He was like Sebastian. And I have my nephew who's a nonverbal. Both of them, routine. They don't like to go outside of their routine. They don't deal with it well. So for Sebastian to have this yes day, as I call it, you call it the best day of his life. Basically, he does all these things. He is overstimulated, first of all. And then he does everything that goes against his normal proof of life and routine. And just, goes missing. And in my opinion, they are not doing what a normal parent would of a missing child, speaking from experience.
And I've said this before, and I'll say this again. To me, it should be standard that when a child is gone missing, that it should be deemed as the highest, meaning as a criminal case, first and foremost, meaning it should be deemed as that you secure the area, keep people out of it, right? And then downgrade it. Because how many times over and over again does something like this happen and there is parent or some sort of family involvement? And so this case right from the get-go was just deemed as a runaway, basically. And basically everyone's traipsing through the house. So if there was any crime scene, whatever, it's all contaminated by this point. So I just don't understand, because children are the first ones that should absolutely be protected, right? And to sit there and all of a sudden have to go, oh shit, well, you know what? We've looked into this for a week now. Well, I think it's maybe we'll turn it into a criminal investigation. Meanwhile, everything has been, I don't understand why that isn't a standard, that when a child is missing from a home, they don't automatically, start with a criminal, like a possible criminal investigation, and just downgrade, but at least get you any evidence, potential evidence first, right? Because we know that this happens so many times. And I think that's like one of the biggest
we should
problems.
just make Sebastian's law, Sonny. We should just make Sebastian's law. I don't know. Somebody knows how to do it. To where if you're autistic or not, a child under 16, if you go missing, it's treated as a criminal investigation until proven otherwise. But that's crime 101. You always treat it like a criminal investigation, but they don't.
And so I think that there could have been a lot more answers had that happened in this case originally, because it still blows me away to have so much data nowadays with cell phones, with everything, cameras, Ring doorbell cameras, everything. And I still can't believe that somebody that works for Brinks, and you have a drill sergeant like Christopher Proudfoot, and you guys don't have cameras in or around your home at all, and you have an autistic child, in it, you know what I mean? Like, I'd definitely be having motion sensors in there, that, because I used to have motion sensors. And then, of course, if something happened, of course, it was attached to an alarm company. But I find that just so absurd, and then people go, well, Seth didn't have freaking whatever. Well, since Seth was living in a rental, first of all, we're not talking about the freaking dictatorship of Christopher Proudfoot and, Katie. But I just find that so absurd that you work for a Brinks company and everyone around you has doorbell cameras, and pretty much, and you literally work for them. And, the left side team tries to always, trash on stuff and crap like that. No. Thank you, Mark. I see that. Thank you. It doesn't make, those are things that just don't make sense. Obviously that's the case, but it is things that don't make sense to me, for sure. Having this and having a drill sergeant and this person that, like, these two people that like control and stuff like that. And yet, yeah, you guys don't have cameras. Christopher Proudfoot is probably always cheating on his wife and whatever. You don't have cameras to make sure that no little nookies coming to Katie's way and stuff like that. I just find that so hard to believe, from somebody that's been married like 5 times, that he doesn't. But they no cameras. Yeah, no. I'm just throwing that shit out there, okay? Well, Kate, let me ask you about this one, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, Melissa, when I go to this comment here. So when we listen to the dispatch call, which happened in the morning, on the dispatch call, it is talking about how the mother said that he didn't have shoes on, okay? Because they were talking about that in the dispatch call. So that's why I'm confused when people say like that Seth is the one who pointed out shoes, because I go back to that dispatch call and I'm
He
like,
did.
well, pardon?
He did.
Well, no, but he wasn't.
I don't have the document. I don't have the document pulled up. But,
Yeah, but
Seth said himself. I know that. But
the dispatch
I
call
believe it was said they didn't believe he had shoes. They didn't believe he had shoes on. But Seth himself has said multiple times, and I've heard it, and it's in the document somewhere. I don't have it pulled up right now or the energy to go look for it. But Seth said when he got to the house, he is the one that confirmed that all of the shoes were there. So that came from Seth himself. And he said it more than once, is that Katie wasn't sure, and Seth is the one that pointed out that yes, they were all there.
Okay.
So I
it's
think
kind
what
of
the
same.
confusion is,
Yeah.
what the confusion is when they made the call, they said they didn't think he had shoes on.
Right.
So dispatch is going to say he may not have shoes on. It's believed that he didn't, but it wasn't confirmed until Seth pointed it out that all of them were there.
Right. Because I know that Seth said that. I remember it on there, but I was just confused because I was like, but hold on. But it was said during that call that Sebastian Rogers didn't have any shoes on. And so maybe that's just the little bit of communication was one's versus that he didn't have shoes on, whereas the other one is saying, hey, look, like he legit doesn't have shoes on because they're all accounted for here, And then because I remember Seth saying like when he was asked, and he said, well, they didn't really say anything. It was like, I didn't say anything. No one, like, it's like the Ellie didn't react, Katie didn't react, type of idea. And it was almost like it was just like overlooked.
It's in the document, Mr. E. I go under 911 and dispatch calls. It's in under that area. Where
the link
all
back up
it talks about.
Put the link back up and I'll click on it. Because it's during the time of the dogs going there. Okay.
Yeah, so it's when the dogs go over by the pond and they say that there's a footprint, and the officer calls out over the radio, did the juvenile have shoes on? And it said no. But I think what everybody's getting hung up on is Katie didn't think he had shoes on, but Seth confirmed he didn't have shoes on. So it's kind of just a play on words. It's under 911 dispatch up towards the top, I think.
Is it near the top?
Should be right under.
Yeah. There it is.
Should be like right there.
Okay, well, this is the actual. So can I click on
So
this?
if you scroll down, Sunny, I've got the timestamps as well as what was said where
two kids.
But yeah, it's in the, I mean, you can play the dispatch calls if you want.
Well, I was going to say, what's this 155 one? We want what's the 155 one?
Honestly, it's been a while since I looked at them.
It's okay.
I think it's just like part 1 and part 2.
Yeah, the one was 155. I don't know.
I'm out in Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised that their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We are right now, 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds.
8:30.
I'm going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I'm going to be in the home before midnight. The doors are locked at this time.
Did Foreman out?
Central to 47-180, 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
Let's get there and see what's going on. Go around, search the residence. We'll go from there. I'm in the area. Check one hold up. Just seeing it. You can take the assist and route to the missing juvenile.
I took personal medical center ER, Center Station ER, Center Regional ER, and Skyline, all clear of the juvenile. You can see that the code red has been launched at 7:45.
Next big track back up, going into the construction side over here, back towards the beach.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? Couldn't have any shoes.
I do have some footprints.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining.
No shoes, just footprints?
He literally dove into it. Max led me straight to the tank. Behind the into the water. Got you see any prints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt. Headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Do we have a picture yet? That's simple. What was that heat signature at?
Where the riprap is, well, where the trees are, 25 feet maybe out in the middle. Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself. Past the construction zone in the same area back there. Yeah, the north end of it, yeah. Now over here, go straight back. There's a person in the woods by that pond. There's the house on the other side of the tree line.
Sonny, this one I don't think
Going
is
back
the
toward
one
beach.
that had the footprint in
On
it.
the back side. Yeah, on the back side, and he's not.
No, I don't know. This is like, I mean, this is the whole call.
Because I know. Well, I know that they talked about the footprint, but in the other one, I specifically remember them saying, "Did he have shoes on?" And they said the mother doesn't think so.
Right. That's what I was waiting for. The mother, but this was, I thought, the whole call. This was the 1959 one. That's the extended version. Maybe they say it after this.
Yeah, this is the extended version. I'm not sure. I know I remember hearing it, but honestly, it's been so long since I did these.
Yeah. Well, let's see in your notes.
So Alexa, you don't actually hear Katie Proudfoot because it's not an actual 911 call. They called the non-emergency line. Christopher Proudfoot did, and Katie was on mute. They don't actually play, and I haven't found anyway, the actual dispatch recording. So all of that we hear and all that we have access to that I have found is dispatched to the police departments that were on scene.
What I'm confused about is, I mean, there was only one like dispatch call, right? Like, there's only one call that they made, and the part that I distinctly remember was the part that you said. Well, the mother said.
Yeah, and I would have to go look for it, but I think it's in one of the shorter ones. But I know it's in the document, but I distinctly remember them saying, "Did he have shoes on?" when they found the footprint.
Right.
So you don't. But I can't. My brain is not working.
Yeah, because I'm looking at your notes here for this. And the other ones are from Missing in Plain Sight when she does that.
Yeah, I remember it was in the Missing in Plain Sight, one of them.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it was hers that had it in there. But it's been so long since I did this.
Oh, I thought you were looking at it right now to figure it out, but no. Yeah.
I am. Give me just a second.
Because no, it's okay. Because at the end of the day, does it really does it overly matter in a sense? Because is it going to lead us to the answers of where Sebastian is? Because at the end of it, it was exactly what you said. You know, the mother said he didn't have any shoes. And that's why I was associating that with, well, obviously she would say that because his shoes are there, right? And then when Seth came, well, he had made the comment about Sebastian's shoes are all there, and pointed that out. But when she had said that, when in the dispatch, when it was said, well, the mother said he didn't, whatever, I was like, well, she's obviously saying that because, you know, he doesn't, his shoes are right there. But then in your head, you're like, well, how do you know? Like, because most kids have abundance of shoes, you know, but we knew that just by Seth that he had like 3 pairs, right? Whereas stupid shit like that, Christopher Proudfoot wouldn't even talk about, right? You know, they wouldn't even talk about. So, yeah, so we're not going to bring up that information about how many pairs of shoes he had. Why not? Why not? Seth had no problem saying it, you know, That's the joke of it. It's stupid shit like that you're like, so you're not gonna say that he had 5 or 6 pairs of shoes, because that's somehow gonna hinder the case. Like, are you nutsoid? Um, but anyways, again, thank you, Mr. East Crimecast. Thank you for the $19.90 super chat there. Appreciate that, and God bless. I hope we can be there. We have an engagement party to attend, so I hope we make it home in time. Yeah, absolutely. So don't forget, you guys, Seth. He said, I believe he said it was 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time was when his starts, right, Sharon? If I'm not mistaken. But I
That
just
is
can't
what
see.
he said.
But I just don't understand why that would be in a different call. I guess it could have been.
Well, so if you look at the part 1 dispatch call, there's a lot more in that one than there is in this one. This one goes into more detail of what houses they looked at, but the other one talks about where they called the hospitals and he wasn't in the hospital and so forth. So they're different. I think things are being taken out of one and they're so separated. I wish we had one full non-edited version, but unfortunately we don't.
Well, what does this one say? Missing in plain sight. What is this one?
Yeah, court. We've had a caller call in, advised approximately 5 to 6 minutes ago. He saw 2 juveniles, one in a black sweatshirt and one female with a backpack on, between the Long Hollow Church and Somerset Downs. The male was wearing a black hoodie.
But this is
direction of travel was towards Gallatin. Caller states that the additional juvenile shorter than the male with long hair wearing a brown backpack.
807.
26 home in the area there.
I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. Tell me if it's
Quarter to 12. I got to check it out, but one of our UMA guys rode through there just a bit earlier before it. Not sure it was them, but this one in a black hoodie had long hair. Before we come in. Go ahead, for Pep. I'll be out with those juveniles.
You made a description again.
188. Van 184 is going to send you a picture.
Okay, I found it. It's not in this one.
184. I'll be in the area. Go ahead and send that to me as well.
It's 23 to 188.
Central.
Okay.
You send a code red for 1008 staff.
Code red was sent out at 07:45 this morning.
2-4. We will send that in good. Can we retry that, please?
63 Central Deal 16. Go ahead, sir.
Can you come to 1008 staff, please?
3-4.
Did you get the picture? I sent it to you.
I did.
10-4. 63. Margaret Rangel is clear NCIC through name, date of birth only. I don't have a social.
Sorry, Melissa. I had to go to the
Okay,
washroom.
Sunny, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, it is in part 1. Go to the 911 dispatch calls. It's in part 1 and
Okay.
start at 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Okay. I had a feeling. I kept clicking on that one. I was like, okay. 3 minutes and how many seconds?
28.
Thank you.
Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Hey, this is all dry, hard packed.
So right there it was. He shouldn't have any shoes on.
Now for the cemetery on the far end of the construction site. Simple, I can see you. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing. Yeah. Leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes.
So I had my wording wrong.
Shoes that Max
So-
straight. He literally dove into it. 12 DMA want you direct. I repeat that right. So let me make sure he. Max led me straight to the retaining pond.
There was a part in there where they said that the mother said you didn't have shoes on, something like that.
Yeah, I'll have to find that direct part. I'm
So
under medication right now, so it's
you
kicking
guys,
in.
you
It's
guys
not, my
not
brain ain't
recall this?
working. But, right
Like,
there, they said, he shouldn't have any shoes on. Well, the only way they have that information is from Katie.
right. But in my head, unless I got it twisted myself, I mean, unless I just interpreted it that it's Katie, but I, just like what you said there, that's the exact same thing that I recollected was that, the mother said he didn't have any shoes on. So I just want to just play this a little bit back before that. Let's see.
I was line with no connection. Do you want me to clear it?
Oh, listen to this part again.
68 Central, K9's on the ground.
Copy, K9 on the ground.
Hey, Jenkins, he's on for 63 Central.
837?
I'll be 10-6 at Cairo. Well, we're going north on Stafford.
47. Code red has them on. That is the code red has them on. That is the
One open animal farm near Happy Hollow, Center Point area. Go ahead. Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards beach. Boy, I'm behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Negative, this is all dry, hard packed. Out of Stafford Court. LT, we're now headed back south towards the cemetery on the far end of the construction site. So, boy, I can see you. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints? The shoes that Max went straight into the pond. He literally dove into it. 12 DMA 1, you direct. Hey, repeat that, Rice. Let me make sure he... Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Yeah, do you see any footprints around it? There's a few footprints in some of the softer dirt.
That's going to be the same thing. But bottom line is it. He says, okay, and like I said, maybe we're just remembering it like as if Katie, because I thought I remember it being said that, the mother said that he, whatever. But what he said there was he should not have any shoes on, which is the same thing as saying that all his shoes are accounted for. So that's why he won't have any shoes on. It's the same thing to me. Right? So that's why I was comparing the two, because the only way he could make that statement is if the mother said, well, all his shoes are here. So he doesn't have any shoes on. Because other than that, how would she know?
I think you're right. I think we're just we know that he could have only got that information from the mother at that time, because Christopher wasn't even there. So when the officer it was the officer, not Katie. I apologize. I misspoke. It was the officer that said he did not have any shoes or should not have any shoes on. That's on me.
Because the mother would have said, all his shoes are here. That's the only absolute logical explanation for that comment.
Agreed. And when they go over they ask several times what the clothing description is, and never once do they say such and such a shoes. They go over the black pants with the white stripe, with the black shirt, with the print, but they never say shoes. And then the officer says, he should not have shoes on. And again, the only person he could have got that from was Katie. So
right.
I misspoke on how it was worded.
But that's probably why but to me, if I'm just going to guess here, that's probably why when Seth said that and he got no reaction from Katie or the police officer, it's because they already knew that, because of this dispatch call, where the guy says that he shouldn't have shoes on. So obviously that would have came from Katie. So that maybe that's why it wasn't significant. And when Seth had brought it to their attention, it's because they already knew that. And that's why he felt like they didn't seem to pay attention to that. That makes sense. I mean, it does. Right. No, but not that, not that it's going to find Sebastian. But, I mean, obviously, Kate, if the officer is saying that, that's coming from Katie, that he didn't have, that there shouldn't be any shoes on, or he didn't, what was the exact wording? He shouldn't have
He
any
shouldn't
shoes
have
on.
any shoes on.
Yeah, he shouldn't have any shoes on. Right. I mean, so
And
in
Mark,
saying
that is Mark asked what we're listening to. These are portions of the 911, or I call it a 911. I have it as 911 slash dispatch. This is the dispatch portion. Essentially, all of them are, because there is no actual 911. But this is dispatch talking to the police officers that are arriving on scene. This is basically the radio traffic that morning. It's in the document. I've dropped the link a couple times. You've, I think, been here when I've dropped it before. So we were just trying to confirm whether or not it was Katie that said that all the shoes were accounted for, because Seth has said he confirmed that all of his shoes were there. But it was me misspeaking. It was actually the officer that said that he shouldn't have shoes on, but he could have only got that information at that time of this dispatch, because Seth wasn't even there at that time. Would have been had to have come from Katie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So so that, like I said, so it just, bottom line, it still makes sense to me why there was no reaction from the police or Katie when Seth said that, because that's already been known. Katie obviously has said it, and that's why they said that, right? That's just logical sense. So yeah. So, but again, it's just, sometimes, because I had it in my head that they said, the mother said that he doesn't have any shoes on, type of thing. But again, I just probably interpreted from what the Ali said there, which equates to the same thing as the mother saying it, so I had that twisted. Sometimes you have to listen to stuff to refresh the memory brains a little bit. Anyways, I get really tired and getting really hungry. And we've been on this live for 4 hours and stuff now. So I feel like I'm going to stop this here. We have the live tomorrow from Melissa's channel, but we'll stream it to this channel as well, for the Kei'Mani Add to Stage. Okay, so for Kei'Mani, whose birthday was for me, it's still today, the 28th. Would have turned 14 today. Again, the aunt's going to be on Melissa's channel there, American Justice. Do you have your link to drop or no?
For the live, no, but I can drop my YouTube link. Give me just a second.
Yeah, just your YouTube link. Oh my God, I'm yawning now. Yeah, this case just really gets to me. Like, sorry, I'm talking about Sebastian Rogers on this one still. But Sebastian Rogers case, prayers for Sebastian Rogers. Thank you to the people out there that are truly trying to keep the focus on Sebastian Rogers and, the facts and being, decent channels. And, oh my God, now it's just, how you yawn once and now it's just, I wasn't yawning until you started. I know, right? But there's Melissa's channel right there, so she'll do a posting for it. But again, and we'll stream it to this channel. But if you guys can go into her channel and hit the like and subscribe button there, that would be amazing. Sorry, Melissa. My Lord. Anyway, so you can say,
You're okay. Like I said, my meds are kicking in, so I'm getting.
Yeah. Well, again, I appreciate you guys joining the live. Alexa, Charmaine, of course, nice to see you. Seth, always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Considering this is based around your son and Mr. E's Crimecast, Mr. and Mrs. E, and Auntie E, and some very wonderful people out there that are covering the case. And so, oh my God. Go ahead, Melissa. Go say your final thoughts here. Whew, I'm just gonna
So, happy
this.
heavenly birthday there, Kei'Mani. I look forward to learning more about her tomorrow from her aunt.
Yeah.
Again, it's not so much the case as it is learning about Kei'Mani and who she was. And Seth, much love. My prayers for you as well as Kei'Mani's family. Sebastian, I wish we could find him and figure out where he's at, figure out what happened to him, and bring some resolution to this case that's been way too long already.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have no idea how much Sebastian's case hurts my brain. Like, when you know that there's not a single thread of anything that we could determine when Sebastian actually either was removed or left that home, is frustrating beyond belief. Frustrating. Because you would think, I'm gonna yawn. My bad. I'm just gonna blame all you guys now for that. Okay. You just wait. It's just hard to swallow the fact that with so much digital, physical, and DNA and stuff, you would think that some answers would have been found by now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing in a sense, because obviously you're what? So, oh my God, sorry. Obviously, you want Sebastian to be brought home alive more than anything. That would be the ultimate best case scenario, you know? But again, imagine living day to day. You're like, as a parent, you just literally think about this if this was your child. If I put myself in Seth's shoes and think about my child having no clue if he's alive, if he's dead, where he is, what happened to him, and I had no answers. Imagine that type of pain in somebody's heart. That's the part. That's the part that gets me every single time. Is that feeling right there? Like, it's just unimaginable. That type of pain and hurt, and to wake up every day and not have any answers. So let's all pray for Sebastian. That answers come in the near future, because there are answers out there for sure, and hopefully, in time, sooner than later. Okay, those like I keep talking. Holy shit. Once I start yawning, forget it. It's been a long day. It's been like a long day for me for sure. But anyways, yawning is contagious, man, and it just drives me crazy. As if I'm talking and then I start yawning during a sentence like that. But anyways, that's prayers for Sebastian, you guys. Prayers for Seth. Prayers for any family members out there that truly are missing Sebastian Rogers, and family and friends and whoever. They're still looking for answers. And like I said, bless all those creators out there that truly have their ducks in a row in a sense, and do things morally correct and with love and care about cases. And for Kei'Mani, I'm so sorry, sweet girl, that this happened to you. This is so disgusting and utterly unbelievable. That her father would literally do these grotesque things to his own daughter on top of, what he'd already horribly done and stuff like that. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you to anyone that got the memberships. Thank you for Mark for the 99-cent super chat. Well, hold on, let's do this. Simone, that's my mother-in-law, Mama Bear, that lives in the United Kingdom over there. She did a $3 donation. Miss Dog Lover, she's been a member for 31 months over there. Mr. E's Crimecast did a $19.99 super chat. It's a Crime and Shame donated 5 memberships. And Charmaine has been a member for 28 months. She's kind of a stranger at this point. Mark at 99-cent super chat. So appreciation to that, you guys, very much so. Again, sorry I haven't been on too much in this last month, but I just, again, I do things as I feel them. And sometimes you just need to reset. And honestly, it didn't stop me from thinking about Sebastian Rogers' case by no means. But it's to the point that I'm so frustrated because there's no answers at this point. And this information that's coming out, sure, it's some information, that might help a little bit with what's true or not true, but nothing so far to lead us in what time Sebastian either left or was taken from the home or anything. Just nothing. Nothing. Anyways, that's all I got to say now. Love you, Melissa. Love you, Alexa. Love you, Charmaine. Love you. Well, Ben, he's not here, so you're not getting any love today on there. But Sharon Parker, always good. Thank you, Mark, again, and Tammy and everyone for their chitter chatter tonight on there. But other than that, we good to go, Missy? Oh,
I'm good to go.
so tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the same time that Seth is doing his live, is when we'll be doing the live on American Justice Channel, but streaming to this channel for that. So we'll see you guys tomorrow night for whoever comes in, and maybe you guys can have dual things going on. Who knows? But God bless you guys. Everyone have a great night. See you tomorrow. All right. Thanks, Tammy.
Night all.
Yep. I just got to find the outro now. Just going to do the basic one. There.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. We